Hey, Pyrr. How you doing, buddy? You okay?
Hi. How's it going? You know. Hey.
It was... You know what? It was a great showcase, and at the end of the day, isn't that what really matters?
I wanted a lot more. I had a lot more. We did it. We climbed the mountain. You have to understand. We made it. And I was cheated out of what was rightfully mine by people who don't understand the difference between mythology and history. By people who don't have the basic sincerity and kindness to go, can you be a little more specific when you're being intentionally vague?
And before Tarv comments that he said fantasy, you were supposed to say history. Those are very distinct categories.
You know what? That is fine. I lost, and I can say honestly that it was a loss. I mourned that day. On Thursday, I mourned. On Friday, I mourned. Today, after taking my 3 days of rest, I am revived. I have come back for all of you. This is not the end, all of us. This is our new beginning, where we will rise from the depths that we pulled ourselves from, and we will come right back. We will reclaim the crown that we never properly lost.
Hell yeah. Although I do have to ask, how high up your top least favorite games list has Lethal League Blaze jumped because of this?
Underneath Ultra Despair Girls, above Duke Nukem Forever.
For anybody that lacked context, go watch Tarvould's test, the Grand Championship competition between Pyrr,
please do.
Proton John, and
we had
the 8-bit drummer.
We had a absolutely wonderful time. Do you mind if we just open talking about that? Because I have to say, that was one of the most fun experiences
absolutely.
If you want to go to Tarvould's Quest, watch that video. You've seen it before. Do it again. It deserves it.
100%.
So that was, for those who don't know, I was on a trivia show about video game music. I've been training for it. I've been thinking about what to do with it. It was a big contest between me, Proton John, and the 8-bit drummer Jared, and we had a blast doing that. I am now in the awkward position where I no longer... My schedule was eat, sleep, study, video game music, go to work, repeat. And now it's no longer that, and I don't know what to do with time anymore. But, getting ready for it was such a great time. We all had separate note sheets that Tarvould asked us to throw out before it, and we went, what? But you told us to study! You're wrong! Stop!
Oh my god. That was one of the best audience experiences I've ever been in, just for a live format show.
Oh, definitely.
He had 200 concurrent viewers at one point. That was impressive as hell.
He deserved it. But I wanted to ask you what you thought of it, as an overall experience going through it as a viewer.
Now, as a viewer and as somebody who's competed in it before, I think Tarvould struck gold with that format. Just the goofy-ass way of just kind of spinning video game trivia into, oh, it's going to be announcers now. Oh, we're going to take video game quotes, but run them through a translator multiple times to see just what happens.
Yes.
The fucking before and after things where it's like the titles of the games, like, spliced together. That's just an absolute delight.
I thoroughly agree.
Nah, it's a good time. It's a cozy time. It's fun to see all these like big and small YouTubers just come together just to join up with a common interest.
I completely agree. Now, rate me on my performance. Because you ever get that feeling where, like, you release something and all you want to do is talk about it, but you've run out of people to talk about it with?
No, I absolutely understand that. Absolutely. Let's see. You know what? I feel like as a personality, you were probably the strongest one there. Well done. You brought the energy. You brought the competition. You made it really fun to watch. And it was an absolute heartbreaker seeing those that just either one of the before and afters that you clearly knew. But there's just the mental block. Great storytelling for content.
Thank you. Yeah. Kayfabe aside, like, if I were narratively pitching that, only thing I would have changed is I get Viva Pinata right, so that John has to get Lethal League Blaze right.
Right. I couldn't believe you missed that.
Bro, I've seen my sister play Viva Pinata. I've played maybe 2 hours helping her in it.
Oh, okay.
I've seen more of the show than I have played the game.
Yes, but Kirkhope, though.
You must realize how much that hurts. You go, I know it, where?
I'm also incredibly grateful that Tarvould has just handed me on a silver platter an inside joke that I am never, ever going to let him forget. Because here's what I wanted to happen with that. I knew you were not going to recognize Age of Empires 2, and I was fine with that. But the ideal version of this would be recognizing, hey, this sounds old. Here it's an RTS, this must be Duke, 100%. Friendship recognized even though you don't know the game. And it almost happened, but Tarv fucked up.
No, I knew it was from you. I just wanted the game right, and I looked at John and Jared's faces and went, oh, they don't know. But this is one where, sound-wise, I have to guess it's Duked. This is in it. Just give me the... You know when I said, yeah, give me the hint when I thought he was running it over?
I could tell that you were like, this is the one.
Yeah.
It was ideal. I appreciate it.
No, it came out better than you would have hoped. I agree.
Exactly. Alright. Jolly old time. Shall we get into the actual meat of the discussion today? What you been playing?
No, that was the meat of the discussion.
Oh, well, I guess we get the scraps left over.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure, I can talk about it. So you said something that really cut me, which was, oh, shut up, you always bring a 2D platformer. So I spent a month, and every single game that I played, I made sure that unless someone invited me explicitly to play it, if it had a jump button, I dropped it immediately. So I played 3 minutes of Monster Hunter and dropped it immediately.
That's not a... That doesn't have a...
You can jump in it!
Only if you have an insect glaive. There's no jump button otherwise.
What weapon do you think I used?
Also, I can see your list here. There's a 2D platformer there. Shut up.
Yes, because that was after a month passed. I waited 1 full month so that I could be upset at you and tell you you're wrong.
Also, it's a 3D platformer. Well, whatever.
I don't care. If it had a jump, it was nuh-uh. that I controlled, if I could hit a button and they go boing off the ground, game is done.
I can't argue with this logic. I mean, I can, but I'm not going to.
Fair. So, I played Pokemon Snap.
Nice! Cozy game. Tell me about Pokemon Snap.
First thing you know about Pokemon Snap, it's a very cozy game, and it's incredibly comfortable. Second thing I realized playing Pokemon Snap, it isn't very good.
Yeah.
Which... I don't mean that on the qualifications of, oh, it's a short game. Oh, no, you don't understand. Taking photography is nice. No, I mean, as a photography game and as a rail shooter, it is wildly imprecise. I thought it's a matter of, oh, I don't understand the controls. Nuh-uh, I understand the controls just fine. It's just not that fun. The fun comes from the novelty. It comes from the inherent joy of, look at the Pokemon world, look at the fun interactions. I could get these Magmars to kill each other with nothing but the promise of food. That's amazing. Watch this Mankey eat this Magikarp so it gets so angry it evolves. And that has shit like, look at the Staryu circle you. You'll never get a good picture of this Staryu in your life.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely true. It's a game of, like, 10-second intervals of, like, delight and the novelty and, like, oh, yay, I made the Charmander fall and turn into a Charizard. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Charmeleon. Whatever.
Yeah.
But then it's just... I can't call it bad, but it's so boring trying to get to that point.
I don't even think it's boring. There's too little game to be boring. I beat it in 1 hour. I would just call it frustration at its inability to do the one thing it wants to do. Because if you consider it like a dark ride at a theme park, it's a very well-built dark ride. In the sense of all the locations, all the little things that pop out, all the little things you'd want to take a picture of. If you were sitting in the car and be like, ooh, I'm in hell in Mr. Toad's Wild Ride now. Neat.
Yeah.
But, no, it's... You don't have enough time for your interactions to continue to play out. It's weirdly poorly paced for what it wants to be.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree with that.
And then the levels of challenge it has are, yo, hit this Zubat with a ball. Yo, hit this coughing. And that's the entirety of its challenge level. Because the only things that required for completion challenge-wise are, did you hit a Squirtle at the right angle? And did you hit Mew twice?
Mm-hmm.
So, ultimately, I come away from Pokemon Snap going, God, I'm glad I played this as a child, going to my local Blockbuster Video to print out stickers of the photos I made.
Just out of curiosity, did you ever play the Switch game?
No.
Do you have any desire to play the Switch game after playing this?
I might, like... It's hard because... If the Switch game were a Steam game, I would have bought it already, because I could tell within an instant, control-wise, if I would like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I could do a refund. Because it's a Nintendo game, I don't want to buy it.
Okay, so interest is there, but not to the point of monetary investment.
Correct.
Honestly, fair.
Yes. You know what's not a fair game?
What would that
Urban Champion.
Yeah, no, it isn't.
That's... Okay. With all due respect, this was a fighting game that was probably developed before Yer Kung Fu came out. So it is a fighting game before they invented fighting games. With that said, it is worse than Game & Watch Boxing. This game sucks.
Wow. Low bar and can't even clear it.
Anyone who calls it a classic is stupid and dumb. And dumb and stupid. because you have two attacks. You have punch high, punch low. Both of them have about the same amount of input lag as any forward smash. So they feel bad and sluggish. And then you punch the man in the hole, and the woman throws the confetti, and you go... and then that's the whole game. And then you play it with another person, and it's still bad. And I'm like... I go from the standard of, wow, maybe I should review this as a Famicom game released in 1984. Would there be any other competitive experience? Yes, Donkey Kong Jr. Math was already out, and that's a much better fighting game.
This is true. This is true.
Is it worse than Sonic the Fighters? Much! Sonic the Fighters is a funny game. Is the move where the man steps on your toe and shoots you in the face. That's incredible. The best part of this game is that when it appeared in the fan game, A Bobo's Big Adventure, and the man frickin' died and there were fatalities on him from A Bobo with Double Dragon. Oh. And that's the best legacy. Well, you've never played A Bobo's Big Adventure?
No, I've never even heard of it.
It is one of the most fun Flash games of all time. You're just a Bobo from Double Dragon and you go through other NES games.
Oh.
And, like, you go through the Mario swimming level, but he has Yoshi's tongue, so he just eats and spits out enemies at others. And then you do Contra, but Kirby eats the Contra boss. So the boss is a giant background Kirby. It's amazing!
That does... Okay, I was kind of feeling the joke at first, but that does sound legitimately sick.
You have a punch-out fight against Little Mac, but you're the big boxer.
Cool.
It's rad as hell. Speaking of rad as hell, I also played a game, continuing the No Jump Challenge, called Nightmare Kart. And you may better know this game as Bloodborne Kart.
Oh! Okay.
Yes, it had its full release, but Sony went, you can't call it Bloodborne Kart. So they went, okay, and they changed all of the names very slightly. And it is still the most clearly Bloodborne thing you have ever seen, including plot beats that mirror the game Bloodborne, except in cars, but legally it's okay. Nightmare Kart is freaking awesome until it's not.
Oh.
Because as a concept, game is incredible. Game is actually fantastic. It's a great mix between a traditional kart racer and twisted metal vehicular combat.
Mm-hmm.
And there's tons of fun stuff with it, like... You see Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower come out, and she's like, now it is time for the fated duel. And then the clock changes behind her, reformatting into a single cycle gear for her to go on, and then she revs the motor twice. You can just race on a giant feral hog.
That's amazing.
And I don't mean motorcycle, I mean pig. And you're just bigger than everyone else, and your weight and your size matter a lot.
I also love this skeletal three-headed Fates Lakitu with just eyeballs for heads. That's amazing.
They're so cute and so fun. The visuals are fantastic. It perfectly emulates the PlayStation 1 style, right down to like the dithering and the pop-in that the environments would go into.
Nice.
Like, it looks immaculately and painstakingly ugly, but also looking cool.
Mm-hmm.
It is not a Shovel Knight sort of situation of trying to update things or trying to make the best looking game possible that could still be played on original hardware. Mm-hmm. This is like, no, this game came out in 2000. And it feels like a game that came out in 2000. And it has all the flaws of a game that came out in 2000.
I'm sorry, but the save file, like, just, okay, you select it, and so the text just slowly vertically scales, because that's the best effect they can do at the time.
Yes, exactly. It has loading screens that are long for no reason, except to emulate how long they would be on the PlayStation 1. Collision sometimes just does not work, and you have to restart the entire race because it doesn't know how to handle geometry. All of its flaws are on purpose, and all of them make it a worse game, but a better joke.
Does that ultimately turn it into the bad game you were talking about, or is it something else?
It is still pretty good. But, like, you could polish it, and it could be great, but it doesn't want to be that.
Okay. Prioritizes the punchline.
Exactly. And that is so weird to me. Like, I can't think of many games that are essentially more satire than game, but are focused on being a good game. Like Conquer is that to an extent. Because that game sucks to control, except those modes where it doesn't.
I agree. The one, what's the one called where it's the, like, you're playing as, like, the weasel heist people. Each has a goal that you're trying to bring your stuff back to.
It is called Heist.
No, yeah, Heist was really fun, but...
Yeah, Heist is amazing. Beach is amazing. Oh.
Yeah, I'm watching the gameplay of this. It's an impressive feat, but I can definitely see why ultimately it wouldn't be the most enjoyable experience.
Mm. I recommend it. Everyone, you can play it. It's free. It's better than Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers, which I also talked about on this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is more fulfilled for what it wants to be. It's just purposefully holding itself back. It has a puzzle boss fight, which I did not expect.
Okay, cool.
Where you have to lure a man into traps using your go-kart, and then you bounce off of bounce pads, which you do not control, so they don't count as a jump.
Well, I'm seeing ramps all over the place. Did you just purposefully avoid the ramps?
Yes.
That's amazing, actually.
Yes, unless I was required to go over them, I avoided every single ramp for this gimmick.
Okay, I have a newfound respect for your goal here. That's fantastic.
I thank you. The next game breaks my rule, but I was invited to play it, so
that's
I
watched you play this. It's okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. And that is The Legend of Zelda: Four Swords, because that was put onto the NSO expansion pack. So I played this with myself, Tarvould, Vector U, and Geo the Hero.
Nice.
We played this on stream. This is a fun game. It's probably blasphemy to say I like it more than Link to the Past because it's fun and I get to be a dick in it.
I was frankly shocked that there wasn't more shenanigans of that nature going on.
Look, they were new. Did you miss the part where Geo and I fucked off for about 5 minutes to play hockey while after I stranded Tarvould and Vector on a platform that they couldn't progress off of?
I may have missed that. I'm sad I did, because that sounds amazing.
This is the progenitor of Super Mario 3D Worlds, but I want to get the crown, though. It is a Zelda game where you competitively go through levels to get through the most rupees, and then the game forces you to be cooperative. And as a single-player game, I imagine this sucks.
It looks like it would, yeah.
Yeah. Because looking at the gameplay for this, it is non-functional unless you have all 4 people there to do things. Enemies are designed to be pulled apart by 2 players. Bosses are designed to be baited by a certain player, or their attacks hit back by a certain color. A lot has gone into having this impossible setup of having 4 friends all with this game and GBAs and a 4-way link cable. Like, this is an impossible dream of a game that has somehow made real.
Yeah, I might call it one of the most valuable, like, NSO games that's on there right now, simply because of how mythical of a situation it was to get that.
Oh, definitely. That, Amazing Mirror, Super Circuit. Like, there's a lot that is being gained from these games being on NSO. And I respect that about it. There's not much to it. It is a game with 4 levels and I think 12 semi-randomized dungeons and then a final dungeon that's actually really cool and well thought out and are like, you have to use your brain to solve these puzzles. None of them are hard. Every single one, I would say, is like sub-portal levels of thought needed to be put into them. But some moments are like not just automatically filling the hole with the key that fits the hole. Did you like Vati? He was there.
I don't know if there's enough characterization there to like. It's kind of just a Blorb's boss, and then he's dead.
Yeah, I'll know. Less than Dark Matter doing the same thing.
Really is just
Because that's a man who is an eye. Varies better in Minish Cap. I have tried like 4 times to get through the intro to Minish Cap, and I get bored every single time. It's not the game's fault, it's just the intro I get bored in.
I remember, I
could do something else.
I got past the first dungeon, and then just lost interest trying to find the second one. Vati was neat, though.
Yeah,
I vaguely remember a single cutscene with him.
Yeah. Does it make you want to play Triforce Heroes for comparison's sake? That involves a 3DS. We're not doing that. All right. And then I think I'll do one more before tossing it over to you. I played PacMan Championship Edition DX Plus. This is another game that doesn't have a jump button.
Well done.
This game, I think, is the best way to introduce people to how Pac-Man feels when you're really good at it with as little effort as possible. Because what the game is not clear this board of Pac-Man things. It is, here is a trail of dots. When you clear this trail of dots, we will create another trail of dots.
Okay.
And then we will do another one, and another one, and another one. And it just continues on until eventually it's spawning like a billion ghosts behind you. And then you get a power pellet, and you just eat a billion ghosts in a row, and the screen starts strobing like it's a slot machine, and the numbers go up, and you feel like a god.
No, yeah, I'm seeing the appeal here. Yeah, you can make a Pac-Man 99 pretty easily with a console. Has that already happened?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention.
Yes, it has. Yes. So, in summation, I don't think that this is the most in-depth Pac-Man game, but I do think it does the most to allow Pac-Man to really thrive in an environment in the same way that, say, the Tetris effect does for Tetris. It is just, it takes the Zen-like feeling of, oh my god, we doing it, boys, when you're going through a Pac-Man pattern, by giving you the pattern one step at a time, and going, okay, speedrun this pattern, though. And it does that incredibly, incredibly effectively. Much more so than another game we'll talk about later. And it's just... it's very, very clever in how it does it. There's more than one board setup for it, so you can test your mettle on different sorts of boards with different sorts of patterns. There's only about 10 different ones, excluding some DLC ones, but it's technically all it needs, because there's not much that you really need to do. It's focused on the feel and just the, ooh, numbers go up in my brain and continue going. I am so good and so smart sort of feeling.
No, yeah, I just watched PacMan eat like 40 ghosts at once, and that was extremely satisfying.
It's more satisfying when you do it yourself.
All right, cool.
Yeah. This is a Brain Go Burr game. Do I think it's as good of a Brain Go Burr game as, say, Vampire Survivors? No. But I do think it's good.
Very nice.
So basically what I'm saying is this game is good. Play Vampire Survivors instead.
Perfect.
All right, on that note, go ahead. Say words. Say words.
I will indeed say words. Okay, what words can I say? This has been like the end of summer semester for me, so games have been very few and far between. But I have found...
Chet says, it's like Snake, but you can eat your tail sometimes. Yes, that's perfect. It is, you are trying to be the biggest Ouroboros in the
No, I actually really love that. That's a great English comparison.
It's okay, honey. You're tired.
Thank you for understanding. Let's see. Start off. I'll talk about this first. Game called. This is the spiritual successor to the Blizzard RTS devs, Stormgate.
Okay.
I think I forgot to put it on my list. No, I had it in. We're fine.
No, you did. You're good.
I have had mixed opinions on this game for a while now. Obviously the pedigree behind the developers is there, but the things that they show of it, like just maybe a bit of a finicky art style, maybe the sound design doesn't seem that great. The factions are very literally, okay, what if Overwatch was fighting Diablo? Kind of...
Yeah, so it sounds like what it's named after. The most generic words in the world.
Yeah, but now that I've seen it, I can very confidently say that reputation is absolutely earned, and it just feels kind of derivative of everything they've done before.
Let's go.
The first mission of this campaign is almost beat for beat the same first mission in Warcraft 3. Like when Arthas is going around helping the civilians, he fights the orcs, there's the slaver dragging them off. It is almost like...
Oh, do you have to save the child, little Tommy?
I know, I didn't notice a Tommy. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Tommy there, because that's just the kind of game this is. You're literally controlling a character that is just Tracer, along with a character that is just Reinhardt.
Yep.
And you go around and stop the orcs. I mean demons, I mean Diablo demons. I mean, is there any real difference from taking civilians? And that's kind of just it. Which it's disappointing, because this isn't something they can easily fix with just, like, gameplay tweaks. This is a... what speaks to me, as instead of being a next chapter of RTS from these devs that know what they're doing, it speaks of a lack of confidence in making something new, so they're relying way too heavily on nostalgia and what you already know in order to get you to buy in and, like, participate in this vision before when maybe eventually it gets its own identity. Who knows? But it doesn't. It's not giving me anything right now, which just kind of sucks.
Let me ask you a question here. What keeps this from? You know, obviously you're feeling unfulfilled. What puts it there instead of being a reclamation, so to speak, of these properties that Blizzard has fucked over horribly in the past decade? Because if you're asking me what individual properties and games Blizzard has killed the hardest, it is Overwatch and it is Warcraft 3.
Yes, that goes without saying. Not necessarily in that order, though. I think Warcraft 3 has been murdered significantly harder. But yes.
I mean, both of those are unplayable.
You know what? That's fair. Oh, gosh. I want to give a good answer, because that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
a big part of it is that despite doing all of the same things, it's not doing any of them as well as the things that came before. Like, you're playing as a Tracer, but the Tracer isn't nearly as endearing. It's the same mission as Warcraft 3, but the mission isn't nearly as endearing. The characters aren't nearly as endearing. The way that the campaign is structured is that there are very few missions. They're trying to tell a lot of story very quickly, so they kind of front-load the conflict. You don't really get a lot of time to, get to know the characters, become invested in them. There's none of the kind of fun charm of Arthas bantering with Uther or just Tracer's character in general, because everything's dark and gritty, and we got this woman's trying to avenge her father, and oh, it's so sad. You got to know him for 2 minutes, but oh, it sucks. It's not. It's not putting in any of the legwork to make these characters endearing in their own right. Because, in the original StarCraft, you have, 3 missions just getting to know Jim Raynor as this fun cowboy dude that's riding around, this mechanized vulture bike, and that's badass, and you love him. You don't have any of that time here. You're just trying to get invested in a conflict that you haven't been given the time to be invested in.
Right.
Maybe the actual, competitive multiplayer is better, but the competitive multiplayer is not why I play RTS games. I've always been a campaign player. Or a custom game player.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's why I play shooters, so.
Exactly. Apart from that, in the same way that you played Monster Hunter for 5 minutes and set it down, I poked Umineko for about 10 minutes, I think. For anybody that doesn't remember, Pyrr talked about this when we were talking about our top 100 games. Gave a really solid sell for the writing in this visual novel. Gosh, remind. It was the monstrous person that meets a blind girl and also meets a second kind of its own kind. It was
that
great
was House in Fata Morgana. That was House in Fata Morgana.
Oh, god damn it! Oh, I'm remembering the wrong one.
You are. This is the mystery one.
Oh, okay. Stretch everything I just said. But you gave a good sell that this game has impeccable writing, and I absolutely believe you. I just haven't gotten there yet, apparently.
You're completely right.
Okay. I'm skimming through a part 1. I was like, okay, no, so I got a little further. If we're going by the pace of this, so maybe an hour in. Okay.
Yeah, you still haven't gotten to the good part, by which I mean the tolerable part.
Yeah, you just introduced to a family. The writing is... It's a Japanese visual novel before it's gotten to the actual point it exists for. So it's...
Yes.
They kind of...
There is the scene of Kinzo and Nanjo in the study, and then there is the rest.
Family banter. What broke me... Oh, there it is. Are you the cousin? No, you're not the cousin. Where's the cousin?
Which one? Jessica? Or Maria?
Whichever cousin it was, and wow, her assets have improved tremendously. And she's like, oh, you silly goose. Maybe yours have gone better too.
Oh, you mean when Badler does the swiggity-swoogity, where's the boobities?
Exactly. Just standard banter between family relations. Just this is what's considered the wholesome part of the story before things get fucked up.
Badler is the fucking worst. Oh, no, that's the best part of Badler. He never gets better.
Oh, no!
And he is your protagonist for the entire time. But sometimes he keeps fucking up so hard that you just kind of accept it. And you go, when the fuck did I start to like you?
So that broke me. That was okay, that's enough anime for today. I am sure I will eventually go back to it.
If I had to guess where you would have stopped, it would have been right there.
And you were right. I trust your recommendations, but Well, we're gonna need a recharge timer on that one.
Bad until the third act, which pops up. No, so Umineko is like bad, interesting, holy shit, bad, holy shit. And then it stays at holy shit for the next 60 hours. The issue is that all the bad is front-loaded into, like, the first 10 hours. And then a little bit in, like, hour 40. 60? Dude, it's an 8-part visual novel, and each part is, like, 10 hours long? Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I got to with that. Apart from
yeah, but the music, though. Yeah, but the music, though.
I don't remember the music. It might have been good, but it did not leave enough of an impression to say one way or the other.
I tried Umineko, 2 hours was hard. Yeah, no. When you get to, like, the 3.5 hour point, that's about where it is.
Okay, and then, let's see, how many others? Two more, and these will go quickly. I also continued playing just various stream games, like XCOM's still been going. I literally have a note here. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because Nitrous Puyo and Usopp are now best friends, and I felt like you would want to know that.
I'm so happy.
Like, literally in-game mechanic.
I'm so fulfilled.
They are partners in crime. It's fantastic. Also, Nitrous Puyo has been doing amazingly. It took me a while to be able to unlock him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he has an ability where just snaps his fingers, and any grenades that the enemy are holding just instantly detonates. It's one of the most enjoyable abilities in the game.
That's beautiful. I love that for him.
Then continue with both Starcraft and Heroes of the Storm with Tarvould and Huzzah. Heroes of the Storm is a great game when you're not lagging. But when you are, God, holy shit, I've forgotten MOBAs with a bad internet connection. That was hell. But Starcraft's been going great. It is very fun to have these kind of co-op adventures where you run into a hard wall, so you just kind of start throwing strategies just to see what sticks. And eventually Tarv just comes up with the idea of being like, fuck units, I'm just going to build defensive buildings and move them around. And you know what? It worked perfectly.
Nice.
Well done. Last game I've played, and I'm bringing this again because it has genuinely gotten me through finals. I don't think I would have survived without it. I am talking about FTL again, but FTL is great, so you're all going to have to deal with it.
No, that's fine. I feel like if this were me and I were still going through it, this would be my half-minute hero or my Darkest Dungeon that has this exact slot for me.
No, it's straight up. Darkest Dungeon was last semester.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for this, I just want to describe a really good run I had. And we'll leave it at that. So,
all right.
Big part of FTL, as you're piloting these ships around, one of the major mechanics in this game is oxygen. Like the oxygen systems that you're trying to keep online in ships, because if you're in a spaceship and you lose oxygen, you suffocate instantly. So a big strategy is often just trying to basically starve out your opponents, because if you can take out their oxygen and just suffocate all the enemy crew members, you can just scavenge their ships for free without having to blow them up, which is how you get the most valuable loot. It's good.
Right.
Only problem is that if you're intentionally trying to do that, you are prolonging the fight to the point that they run out of oxygen, and unfortunately, ships don't stop shooting at you as they're losing oxygen, so which is kind of how that's balanced out. But I found a combination that leads to some absolutely hilarious results in this game, and it involves two separate subsystems. One is this drone that you can launch at enemy ships that will latch onto a single system of theirs and hack into it. Normally you use this to remove power from it temporarily. Like if you latch onto their shields, you can take down their shields for a few seconds. If you latch onto their engines, they can't dodge anymore. But it also actively, like, seals the doors, which is the only thing I care about here. And the other part of it is a alien race you can get known as, it's either Lanius or Lanius. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it, but they're these super spindly, fully metal creatures. Let's like imagine a bunch of triangles just haphazardly attached together, and that's literally what they are.
Oh, Super Paper Mario enemy design. Got it.
Literally. No, yeah, that's perfect. These things are interesting, because unlike every other alien race in this game, instead of requiring oxygen, they actively drain the oxygen from the room that they are in. So if you were to, say, hack onto the enemy's weapon subsystem, and then teleport to Lanius into the same room, all of a sudden, the doors are sealed, and the oxygen is immediately removed from the room almost instantly. So the enemy crew obviously just kind of panics, tries to break into the room as your Lanius are tearing it apart. If they break in, they'll spend like 3 seconds before realizing, oh shit, this room has no oxygen. Panic, leave, but the doors have sealed shut behind them because that's how the hacking thing works. So you create this hilarious, frankly broken loop where you just launch your dudes into their weapons room. They can't fire anything, and the entire crew, based on how the AI works, will break in, try to fight you, immediately try to break out, meaning you don't take any damage, and you kind of just stomp through every single encounter you run into.
Man, I wish I liked this game, because that sounds really fun.
Too. I think... I don't know if it, like, requires another playthrough just, like, with somebody talking through with it, or maybe it's just not the right combination of soul-breaking that, like, Darkest Dungeon does have.
I don't know why this doesn't hit, but Darkest Dungeon does so much.
That does genuinely confuse me. How long did you play it? Just out of curiosity? Remind me?
I gave it like an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
Like, I gave it a major motion picture.
I wonder if you found, like, a single bit of sauce in it that would, like, keep you invested in trying something else. Like, once you realize that, oh, if I get a mind control system, I can mind control their pilot and just teleport them onto my ship because it counts as an ally now, or...
Maybe I just need that bit.
If you found, like, your build.
I love travel-style roguelike games. Or, to put it simply, I like Oregon Trail, but with extra fun.
No, this is just Oregon Trail in space. That's a good way of describing it.
Yeah.
I might recommend, like, maybe checking it out again, but, like, not, like, a high recommendation, like...
Okay, alright.
It's a good game.
Good.
Okay, I think that's all of my small ones. Yes, it is.
Alright,
hit me with some of your bigger ones.
No, I got some more small ones.
Oh. Well, do that instead.
Speaking of games that I inexplicably can't get into, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is so weird.
Really?
Because Tetris is really fun. And as I said to you, I really liked Puyo Puyo 2. I like this less than both of them.
Huh.
And I'm not quite sure... I'm not quite sure. It gives decent enough objectives for each stage. It has a story mode, and that story mode is painfully slow and bad. And the voice actors clearly weren't directed on how to say their lines, but they are doing them. And I don't know, for whatever reason, it feels like it was simultaneously built for a very casual audience and also people who know everything about Puyo Puyo.
That seems like a conflicting design direction.
Yes, because it's very easy, but the challenges are all based around beat your opponent as quick as possible, which is only possible given the opponent's improved AI with a continual rain of blocks or one singular massive combo, or in the case of Tetris, multiple Tetrises in a row.
Okay.
And I don't know, as someone who is into both versus puzzle games and survivalist aspects of games like Tetris, it scratches neither itch for me because I don't feel like I'm in a competition with my opponent. I feel like I am rolling the dice so that I can solve this puzzle, but RNG is getting in the way of my puzzle solution.
Interesting. So it's a kind of design direction where it tries to... One of those classic cases of trying to get as wide of an audience as possible, but not really pleasing any of them as a result. Am I interpreting
No, I think
that
this
right?
pleases a lot of people. I think the upper end of people who are really into Puyo Puyo and really into Tetris do really appreciate it.
Okay.
But for me, who is like, I like Tetris a lot, I appreciate Puyo Puyo, take me to the next step, it is like going, no, you should already be here.
That makes sense to me.
And then the story mode is just agonizingly slow. I was like, I can get through this. This could be a good activity thing. And then by the time that they introduce the anime girl who represents the T piece, or the S piece, who is a twin with what is the opposite of S? Oh no, it was L and J. Yeah, the L piece, who is twins with the J piece, and they're little pranksters who are ruining the spaceship, but you can't stop them because they're stressing out the T piece, who is a dog. But the only way that you can solve it is if you do a Tetris battle!
I hated that so much. That was painful.
It is that level of anime hijinks the entire time. And it does not exceed that. And it knows it's that. And it's just like, yeah, I'm just that.
Lovely. Okay.
And I'm like, this is
pass.
going 5 minutes too long for the scene that I already know the punchline on based on the character design.
Well, that's unfortunate.
It is, but I'm not going to skip it because the voice acting is good and I appreciate voice actors. Like, you're doing a good job, guy.
So they're just trying, but there's zero direction, so they're kind of just doing whatever.
This game confuses me on such a level. I should like it so much more. I love every individual part. The sum, I'm going, hold on, playa, how the hell you get there?
Lovely. All right.
Speaking of... I have a visual novel called Paranormasight, The 7 Mysteries of the Honjo.
That's one hell of a title.
It is sure a title that no one would ever buy. And I bought it because I think it has one of the coolest hooks for a visual novel that I've seen.
Okay. Sell
So
me
this
on
is a Square Enix published game. You are investigating old yokai stories.
Oh, okay.
Because there is like a rumor where if you investigate all of these stories, you can bring someone back to life. And this girl's like, yeah, my dog was hit by a car. Can we do this so we can revive my dog? And I'm like, that is the best reason to want to use dark magic to bring things back to life. That's amazing. I love that. And then she gets killed by a yokai.
Oh.
And then the yokai goes up to you and puts a contract in your brain. And now you have the power of that yokai, which was like a little girl who was neglected and drowned in a river because no one came to save her.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have the power where if someone walks away from you, makes the conscious decision to walk away from you, you can kill them instantly.
Okay.
And it is a visual novel around you having this very specific JoJo stand power and trying to use it to figure out how to kill everyone around you so that you can get enough souls to revive the girl near you.
Ow. Okay. Wow. Okay.
And that sounds so fucking cool.
No, yeah, that's a hard sell, indeed.
I did about the first 4 or so puzzles. They were all really boring and disappointing.
Oh, wow.
Because it was all very linear paths to the solution. There wasn't a matter of, like, inventory management I had to do. It was like, you have to fight other people who are also based on these stories. And based on your knowledge of these stories, you have to use what you know to guess their power so they don't kill you first.
Mm-hmm.
But from my practicing of the game, it is, I went to this area. I saw a guy. He looked like he had a yokai power. So I went somewhere else. And then, in the guy who has the darkness yokai power, I found a little lighter. And then I used the lighter, and I wasn't in darkness anymore, and he went shit and ran away. And then I killed him because he ran away.
Oh. So just like an entry-level Ace Attorney case, but the whole way through.
Now, it could be better. It could get better, but it kept happening, and it really, really disappointed me that it continued to happen. Because no, entry-level Ace Attorney cases, I think, are still clever. There was nothing on the level of, you have to think that the thinker was in France, so the time is off because of that time differential.
There.
There was nothing on that level. It was just, wait a minute, I think I have an idea. Thinking about it, the hint system says I should use this to get him to go away. And that tricked him, and then I killed him.
Just
Yay.
use thing to beat thing. It's a water demon. Watch out for the sponge you just found.
Yeah. That continued to happen. I just fell off pretty quick with it.
Oh.
Which is a shame, because, like, wasn't that cell so cool?
It was great. No, you had me interested for a hot minute there.
I was super excited. Maybe I'll go back to it and be like, actually it has sauce. Ignore everything I'm saying right here. I don't know if I'll go back to it.
Might be another just get through the first 20 hours or so, but...
It could be.
Okay.
All right. But I wanted to put it on people's radars. If you have more patience than me, and that sounded like, that sounds so cool, then maybe that's better for you. You know what? It's not a game that's better for anyone.
Just about any game they appear in.
That's right. It's Ice Climber. This happened after a month, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to play a platformer. This may be the worst platformer in existence. I think that this game is fucking terrible.
I am shocked. Shocked, I say. That you would disrespect Ice Climber, legendary NES platformer.
You tell me one good thing about this game.
It's over quickly?
No, there are 30 mountains.
Oh, damn, it's not even that. Okay. No. Actually, no, the polar bear design is funny.
Yeah, the polar bear does have sunglasses. That was really cool. Once I saw a cosplay of that at MagFest, it was the funniest thing I'd seen there. Except for the guy who was a hiker from Pokemon, and he was just covered in Zubat plushes. That was slightly funnier.
That's pretty good, yeah.
That was good. No, this game is just bad. It's incredible to have a game where you have 0 momentum for your jumps. So you have to stand perfectly still and align yourself pixely perfect so that you can barely squeeze through and get the joyous feeling of touching the edge of every platform that you go to, but not actually landing on the platform because you have the wildest momentum physics I've ever felt. Like, it is incredible that you are somehow as stiff but less precise than Ghosts and Goblins.
Ouch. But no, yeah, that's accurate.
It is so much fun to clonk your head on the tops of platforms and not be able to go down and fall off the bonus stage and say no bonus. It is so much fun waiting for the perfect cloud cycle with the cloud moving to the side that makes every single jump way harder than it has to be. It is so much fun waiting for that cycle and then the polar bear shows up and kills you. Not because you are going slowly and methodically, but because the game is bad and will not let you.
Mm-hmm.
It is so much fun to sit there and make progress, but then not be able to make progress because the platforms are moving and you have to wait for the next cycle, only to have a Topi push ice in the hole, so you have to do it again. And then the polar bear comes.
I'm trying to think of anything to add. But
it is so much fun to get to the
Ice
good
Climber.
music, but it's in the bonus stage. So the bonus stage doesn't work very well, and you die really quickly, and you're trying to get through it as fast as possible, so you don't enjoy the one good piece of music in the game. And it's extra fun when the condor comes by, but you're slightly a pixel off, so you miss the condor. So you have to wait 5 seconds, but maybe you don't have 5 seconds. Who knows?
Why do the cabbages have eyes? I've never noticed this before.
Why don't the cabbages have eyes? Why wouldn't they?
You know what? Fair point.
They're
I
on
can't
the
argue
top
with
of the
that logic.
mountain.
Yeah, mountains do cause.
Yeah. Why
Banjos
are
would be
there
googly eyes.
cabbages in the freezing peak of the mountain and eggplants? You tell me. You give me the lore behind Ice Climber.
The polar bear is an avid gardener and is really good at his job. I don't fucking know.
That's good for him. I'm proud of him. I wonder what mythology he's based off of.
Something in Tibet, probably.
Yeah. This game is really bad. Like, I'm impressed at how bad it is. Like Urban Champion is really, really bad, but at least it's short. At least I got all of the content I'm ever going to get out of it within 3 minutes. This game will forever remain unfinished for me and will taunt me to play more of it. And I will be miserable, and the only reason I'll want to beat it is because I don't want it to win.
How far did you get?
Like, Mountain 16?
Oh, so just barely halfway through. And the easier half at that.
I was done at Mountain 7. I was like, this sucks.
Oh, yeah,
What happens when you play two-player? I'm not going to let someone play two-player with me on this.
Well, you don't want to torture someone like that?
I assume it goes a little faster, but, like... The jump is so bad. It's so bad.
I skipped to, like, one of the later mountains, and this looks like hell.
Let me take a look at what this looks like. Oh, right, I forgot there are conveyor belts, too. For no reason.
Is it supposed to be, like, wind?
No, it's not wind. It's, the stripy platform is the conveyor belt.
Oh, okay. Like, your famous... just like polar bear conveyor belts alongside the polar bear
Yes, exactly.
gardening. Also an avid mechanist. Yeah, no, this is... that condor just turned around as it was getting...
Yes. I hate this game. I think it's awful.
I am inclined to agree.
Cool. I just want everyone to know that after a month of not playing platformers, I was like, I'll play a platformer, and it was this one. Because I thought that would be really funny. It was not really funny.
I mean, as a punchline, though, that's a pretty decent one. You have to admit.
Yeah. Next time, try Solomon's Key. Solomon's Key doesn't have jumping! I could have just played that for funsies. Fire and Ice is better anyway. But yeah, that's my short games. It only took an hour and a half to get there. Let's go.
Yeah!
So, going off, we both experienced something in my training arc. And that was VGM Quiz.
I was surprised by how much I enjoyed that.
I was too. I consistently am. So VGM Quiz is a free site that you can sign up for, and what we'll do is it will play a random song of video game music, and then it will ask you to identify that song and just type it in as fast as you can, and you can compete against other people. And it also has a university where it will give you a tailored list of, for example, Nintendo 64 and GameCube songs, JRPG songs released in generations 7 through 9, songs released on the GameCube. No, I said GameCube. Songs released for Sega consoles or SNK and weird consoles. Songs for beat 'em ups. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it is surprisingly well curated. It is very funny where you go, where is this song from? And then all of a sudden it is from The Lion King on Genesis. And most importantly, it teaches you that there are only 3 shooters in the world.
What was it? Like Cuphead, Battlefield, which Cuphead being there for one thing was absolutely hysterical.
Oh, there's Cuphead, there's Doom, and there's the third one.
Yeah, I tried this out almost immediately after your stream because it was a fun showcase.
Mm-hmm.
And it is an absolute delight just realizing just having those split-second moments of just, oh, I know this. Except for when it only happens a handful of times, so there's a few games where it just will only accept a certain way to write the title. Like,
yes.
Fucking Link to the Past.
When you have to
type
put
it like
Link
7
to the
different
past.
times. Ugh.
You know you could just put in Zelda 3, and it'll count it.
That works!
Yes!
Yes!
For really long titles, they have shortcuts. Like,
commonly...
Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, you could just put in Ace Attorney 3.
That's stupid.
Well, it tells you all the possible ways you could type it in after it reveals the answer, so.
Still stupid.
I think it's just fun. And it's not deep. It's an official video game because you could put it on your backlogged, so it counts.
Yeah.
Someone correctly pointed out that I couldn't identify Viva Pinata in this quiz.
You had the setup. Someone tried to save you. That was you time traveling back from the future, trying to prevent your own mistakes.
No, I wasted that on Pokemon Black and White.
Oh, that's great. Were there any that you were really surprised that, like, wait, how do I know this?
Yeah, Ys 8. The fact that I got Ys 8 was... Sunshine Coastline from that game, in specific, was like, damn.
I've never played Turrican, but for some reason its sound font is just ingrained into my memory, and I have no idea why.
It was very funny playing that game immediately after Tarvould streamed Star Fox Assault a day prior, and not getting Star Fox Assault.
Yeah. Classic Sega
yeah.
game, Rayman 2.
Yeah. Uh-huh. But it gives you game, it gives you composer, it gives you, if it was a remix, the individual track. And sometimes it just feels good, because when you're competing against other people, you can get hints. Did you do any competition against others?
I didn't. Would be down to, though.
Okay, it's actually rather fun, just doing it on, like, their easy room and whatnot. Biggest pop-off, having... Okay, let's do the Nintendo 64. First song is freaking Come Susser Todd from Evangelion.
And that was got the easy round, right?
Yes! Well, it was right. I sure did know it.
I mean, fair enough, fair enough. That's actually a really good question. Were you introduced to any game soundtracks you really liked for this?
Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles X, actually.
Yes! Oh, I'm so glad you said that.
Yeah, Black Tar, and then there was one other song that's like a bunch of numbers.
I know what you're talking about. I can't.
Equals 01 something, X3 equals 01, something like that. Those two songs were freaking incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, blew me away. Like, what is it? Really? Damn, okay.
Yeah, X is slept on.
Oh, it would be so funny to play Xenoblade Chronicles X and have that be the only Xenoblade game I love.
I would.
That'd be so funny.
Please, just to see how your audience would have
broken. But if I can fix my Wii U, that'd be such a good stream game. Wait a second.
Well, I don't know about that one.
What do you mean? What's wrong with Xenoblade Chronicles X as a stream game?
Kind of your life, but it would be so boring to watch.
Oh, absolutely. I'd be Wii the entire time.
But it is very fun to fly around with mechs in that game.
That does sound nice.
Like, it's a vibe and a half.
Mm-hmm. It feels good to recognize songs that I did not before by doing this, because I did get some ingrained in my head. A lot of the ones of like, this is Prince of Persia's sound font. I know that now. Tarvould doesn't put Ubisoft games in this anymore. Shit.
I love the rules that you started to make. I was like, oh, is it generic and good? That's Battlefield. Is it generic and bad? That's Call of Duty.
No, oh my god. When we got to the fighting games, I went, if it sounds like shit, it's Mortal Kombat. And it was right every time.
The moment you just started typing in Minecraft before the song even started with the indie games, and half the time you just got it right immediately.
Yeah.
I was dying laughing at that.
Was there a piano here? Is it Minecraft?
Do I want to stop listening? That's Minecraft.
Oh my god. I was so mad because there was an FF12 song in the Tarvould's test. And I didn't realize that it was it until he said it. I went, oh right, because it's super generic. And I was just off the cuff because I had said that so many times. And until I saw John's face reacted like, I was like, oh, is that not a common opinion? Oh, was that a thing I should have kept to myself? I'm sorry.
I mean, you weren't wrong.
I'm not wrong. All of you, tell me I'm right, because I am.
It's a good time. And free. Anybody watching this can experience it right now.
Yeah, you can sign up immediately, free. There are some premium features, like I think you need to be premium in order to have a custom room for it, with your own custom playlist. But the actual program, the training bits for universities and whatnot, the player versus player is totally free. So, like, why not? It kills a couple hours really nicely.
Yeah.
I like it more than Poke Rogue for that sort of sense.
Very nice.
Yeah. All right, and I have one more than you, so I think I'll skip the next one I have listed and put that one at the end. So the next one I will do is Nintendo World Championships NES Edition.
World Championships. Remind me what these things even are, because I don't remember.
You remember NES Remix?
Barely?
It's that, but without the remix.
Oh, well, okay.
I picked this up because I saw Coney streaming it, and Coney makes everything look fun, so he tricked me into thinking it would be really fun.
Was it?
Okay, it was pretty fun to beat Super Mario Brothers, and it just rewinds you every time that you die. Because the final mission of the Super Mario Brothers 1 is just beat Mario 1 start to finish. Do it fast, idiot.
Okay.
And seeing the time of just like, yeah, I did it in only 9 minutes, and it's still only an A instead of an A+, A++, or S. I'm like, oh, okay. That feels pretty good, though. That feels pretty cool. I think that it scratches a very specific itch of the S ranks for this game are actually very, very tight.
Okay.
It is like a matter of frames. The only S ranks I was able to get consistently were those on Donkey Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of that is just stiff and rigid, and it's easy to hit the frame cycles. With that said, it made me realize, God, NES games aren't very good, are they?
Welcome to the club. We've been expecting you.
Well, no. It's a different thing, because, like, Ice Climber challenges, obviously. Kid Icarus challenges, obviously. Okay, Metroid, I hate the jump. I was never going to really enjoy it. I never realized how long and obtuse it felt. Zelda 1, those are some weird hitboxes all over. But you know what? 2D Zelda always feels weird and jank.
A little bit, yeah.
Mario 3? Going immediately after Mario 1, I am surprised at how floaty it feels. Same with Mario 2.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah. Like, I'm surprised at how poorly Mario 3's first level lends it to a speed game compared to Mario 1.
Mm-hmm.
Excitebike, what are you? Donkey Kong, why are you even on this collection? Like, you can't do anything fast in you. You're just there. And then I got to Kirby's Adventure. And this one hurt.
Oh, no.
Because I didn't realize how little I care for Kirby's Adventure until I tried to do it fast. Because Kirby's Adventure is a fun game. You know, you play around with characters, the sprites are all nice and impressive, it's fun to experiment with abilities. I didn't realize how horribly optimized the game is. How any enemy attack causes the screen to lag horribly. So the solution is just never interact with enemies and just kill them really fast. How any bit of lag causes your inputs to be eaten.
Ooh.
Yeah, I didn't have this problem with any of the other games, but with Kirby's Adventure, eaten inputs all over the place.
That's not good for this.
And the worst part is that the game has a display for you to tell you your inputs, and it's very clearly visibly shown how the attack isn't coming out.
What? But that's the whole point. How did they just not care about Kirby because the ones that people are going to speedrun are like the other ones? It was just kind of thrown in?
Kirby very thoroughly gets a very big section. Like, he's a big selling point. You have, like, okay, beat Kracko really fast. Beat Wispy Woods really fast. Which is a weird one because Wispy is an RNG boss. Because, like, if he just apples the whole time, you have a much better cycle than if he blows you.
Mm-hmm.
Kracko, at least, you can bait and get down to some levels of patterns. For some reason, the last challenge in Kirby's Adventure is the monochrome level instead of D-to-D.
Sure.
And that feels weird. It doesn't feel like a climax to the game, and it eats inputs worse than any other level. It's just longer. I don't know, dude. I think maybe Kirby's Adventure was not good in the first place.
Is it not good, or just like a Crash Bandicoot 4 kind of? This is not good to like try to do 100% completion or speed run or whatnot.
I think that this actively showed how flawed Kirby's Adventure is as an NES game. Because it's super technically impressive until it's shitting itself constantly.
Damn.
And this really illustrates how bad it can get. That's really sad for me.
Yeah,
this game got me to like Kirby less.
So instead of like a 15 out of 10,
better than
just
Lethal League plays. With that said, sometimes it's really fun and addictive. The actual challenges that they pick for Zelda 1 are pretty fun. The final challenge for that is just get through the first dungeon as fast as possible, and it gives you like a little game guide, as it would have been printed in the 80s, of how to get through the dungeon.
Oh, that's neat.
It's super cute. They have that shitty little speedrun timer in the corner the entire time. It shows you a playthrough of your best time next to your current thing, which is weird because it makes the game really, really small, but it's neat when it's side by side. It's just, it simultaneously doesn't do enough to justify its existence, and these games are really begging to not be played. Like, they sure are doing their best to make it work, but the fact that it's so speedrun based means that games that are focused on high scores, like, for example, Punch-Out, can't really be in this collection.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they still have some weird high-score games like Balloon Fight and Excite Bike in there.
Mm-hmm.
And it is very odd because it's very much, did you do it frame perfect? That's what we expect. If there was a SNES Championship Edition, how much better would it be? Much! Donkey Kong Country would be on there.
Yeah, I can see an SNES version of this being fantastic, but...
Yeah, like... Let's be clear. I don't like Super Mario Kart. I think Super Mario Kart is a much better choice than most of these games would be.
Mm-hmm.
Like, most of the best speed games on the NES weren't made by Nintendo.
That's just true. That is just true.
Yeah. I mean, if they're saying NES Edition, I think that means they'll do a SNES one. I think that means they're testing the waters to see how well this does. It's doing okay. I think the last worldwide competition, had like, I want to say 30,000 people competing in it. So it's got a niche, I guess.
Just if it's a big enough niche to invest further in.
Exactly.
We shall see.
They do have some cute menu features, like you can name your favorite NES game, and it does have every single NES game on there.
So you're saying if we organized everybody to put Joy Mech Fight there...
If they can read Japanese, fine, Joy Mech Fight. But no, they have freaking Bucky O'Hare on there. Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle.
Yes, the best.
Are you a connoisseur of Who Framed Roger Rabbit? You can rep that.
Lovely.
DuckTales 2 fans, this is your time. But yeah, this is NES Classic Remix, not Remix, it's Championships. There's a lot of effort in places and very little effort in places, and I am surprised by both.
Alright. Fascinating.
Isn't it? I'm good, you talk.
Okay. Next up, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I'm certain I will talk about it again next time, because the game is getting fully remade from the ground up, which I am so excited for. But we get to talk about Age of Mythology. Sorry, Age of History. I should stay consistent.
Yeah. It's not based on anything like that.
Absolutely. It's Age of Math, really, if you look through it.
See, this is why I thought you picked Mythology, because it was getting the full remake, and I thought you would be super hyped for that.
Honestly, looking back on it, I probably should have. But, oh well. You live and you learn. I knew you
too well, to my detriment.
Exactly! The horror! Yeah, this game is... Oh my god, this game is a sheer delight. So, first off, conceptual level. Absolute 10 out of 10 brilliance. Taking just classic mythology from across various points of history and saying, okay, but what if they fought, though? It's the same design element of, like, Smite or God of War, but being an RTS, you can get just such a wider breadth of things onto the screen at once. You can have armies of Greek centaurs and well, you can't have Cyclops instead. Centaurs and Hydras and Medusas all fighting Norse giants and like the whole Einherjar. I think I'm saying that right. Valkyries and just
Einherjar.
Yeah. Honestly, like
I got
Egyptian
you. I played
themed,
Valkyrie
like
Profile.
Scorpion Men from like the Mummy movies and stuff. Very heavy on pop culture, which I honestly think is a good thing for this thing. It acts as a very nice kind of staging ground to like introduce a wider audience to these concepts and maybe get them interested in like exploring more. I know people kind of get hopped up on like these things need to be exactly accurate. I don't think that's necessarily the case with stuff like this. I think it's better to kind of try to act as a bridge between like zero interest and some interest, and then that naturally leads to more. I think as an RTS, it's got some of the most fascinating gameplay elements like across any game ever. For one, from a more like base gameplay level, you know how you have to build like either farms or houses or whatever to like get your population limits up in an RTS game.
Yes.
Age of Mythology puts a hard cap on how many buildings you can get population limit from, like the basic houses. But every single town center you get, like the place you build villagers, can increase that cap further. But you can only build those on certain places in the map. So very deliberately, the gameplay is forcing you to branch out and control as much of the map as possible, because if you don't do that, your opponent will literally overwhelm you because they can have a larger army.
I like that so much. Oh god, I love that so much. The ability to prevent turtling up like that's great. That creates a natural point of moving forward, and I appreciate that so much.
On top of preventing turtling like that, turtling is almost impossible in this game, because this is a game that has god powers. And what that is, essentially where in, say, Age of Empires, you will, like, advance through the ages to get better technologies as, like, a kind of pseudo-gameplay way of showing the passage of time. This game, you basically start worshipping various gods. Like, you'll start with one of the major ones, like either Zeus, Poseidon, or Hades. But then you'll choose, okay, do I want to worship Ares next, or do I want to worship Hermes next? And if you get Ares, he'll give you, like, Cyclopses and a specific power related to him. Hermes gives you Centaurs and a specific power related to him. And that just continues on. So there's not really individual factions, but rather a branching path of various gods you can worship to create your own little like mini strategy. Like maybe you want to focus on ranged units, so you're going to go for Apollo and Artemis for like the really heavy ranged myth units. Or maybe you just want power, so you want to get like Hephaestus for the giant like Colossus of Rhodes units, which creates these very lovely, massive amounts of replay value. Because no two games are quite alike, because there's so much just little differences between both what you're picking and what your enemy is picking.
Right.
And the best part of that is each one gives you, like, some specific global god power. So, like, you have the basic, like, Zeus. Like, you have, Zeus, he has lightning bolts. You can just click that button, click a unit, and it'll instantly get struck by lightning and removed from the game. But then you get some of the crazier things, where, say you really like Thoth in Egypt. And if you give Thoth some favor, he'll be like, oh yeah, I like you. Here's a meteor shower. that you can just drop on an opponent's base, and the base will be gone by the time it's over. So you have these just like...
When does this come out? When does this remake come out?
I think it's exactly a month from today.
You want to play it?
You're speaking my love language right now, man. Yes, very much so.
This sounds cool. This sounds like I needed this as a child. I need someone to bully me in this.
I will happily bully you into playing this. Because, like,
good.
In my childhood, there were a lot of things that contributed to, like, what gave me my interests in life. Like, when I had, with sci-fi, there were Star Wars, there was Starcraft, all these things working together. Age of Mythology took the entire concept of history and mythology and just put it on its back and said, hey, this is going to be your new obsession. And it worked. It worked so well. Even as, like, just a RTS at the time, this was the first game that really tried to put, like, a physics engine into an RTS. So you'll have a Cyclops, like, pick up a soldier, toss him into a tree line, and the trees will break apart as the soldier flies through them. Like, for the time, this game was amazing. Gosh, is there anything else I want to talk about? Oh, campaign. Campaign's amazing. You take control of an Atlantean general just kind of going on his own Jason the Argonaut story. Being like, okay, he's going to go to the Siege of Troy, but oh no, the underworld is messed up, so we got to go underground to make sure that Kronos doesn't break out of his prison. Oh, but we can't get out to the underworld the way that we wanted to, so let's find another exit. What, we're in ancient Egypt now? We gotta go find the pieces of Osiris. And it's just a fun little romp across all the highlights of mythology. It's great.
No, that does sound really fun.
Yeah. I will definitely talk more about the nitty-gritty of this game, but this is an easy top 10 game of all time for me. I think it is impeccably designed. It has so many fun just ideas that brings to the table. And with it being like a definitive edition, like the other Age of Empires games, it's going to get updated. So it's just going to keep growing bigger than what I'm used to.
Very
And
nice.
I'm so happy with that. Good streaming. I might stream that. That is a solid possibility. Just so I can have an excuse to play it during college.
That's fair.
All right. Hit me with your next one.
All right. So this was probably the crown jewel of my don't jump challenge, because guess what? I like the game where you can jump the most. But this is like the second one.
All right.
And that game is We Love Katamari plus Royal Reverie. This is one of my pickups from the Steam Summer Sale.
Nice.
It was nice and cheap then. We Love Katamari is such a fascinating game because... So the plot of the game is that Katamari Damacy was more popular than expected. So the King of All Cosmos is listening to fan requests for levels. And he's like, no, I can't do that. And then he's like, you look so sexy. He's like, sexy? Oh, we have to do this. Yes, no, of course we do. And that every single level is just that. It's just, I like you if you rolled up all of these sweets. And he's like, no, we're on a diet. But you're so sweet. And he's like... You know, we could really use sweets. What is there in life if not for sweets? And it'll just go like, here's this big Hansel and Gretel themed level where you roll up the witch's cabin, do it as fast as possible, and then roll up the children.
Yes.
So it's... Katamari Damacy 1 was a lot of scaling levels.
Mm-hmm.
It was, you start at this small section, and then eventually you'll grow to the next, and the next, and the next, and then slowly the game will interconnect them. It creates just this narrative sense of growth that is incredible. We Love Katamari has that, but it only has that in very specific missions. And then it will have gimmick levels, for the most part. Like, roll up all the sweets. Like... we are trying to light a fire, roll up things that can be set on fire. Like, a sumo wrestler wants to fight this man, shove him full of the highest calorie things you can find, so that he can roll into this Yokozuna and take him out. And if you roll him into the Yokozuna too early, you lose.
Yeah, this just sounds like an absolute like I've played Katamari games before. They are a lovely little just like let's just experience joy for a few hours.
Yes. What intrigues me about We Love Katamari is that the Katamari creator, I'm blanking on his name. Hang on, let me look it up. Yes, Kaita Takahashi. Takahashi made Katamari Damacy, and then Namco went, "We are making a sequel." And he went, "I don't want to make a sequel." And they went, "We are making a sequel. It doesn't have to be with you. We are making a sequel." So this game is one that he essentially felt forced and compelled to make, and is his statement on creating sequel games.
Interesting.
Wherein it's kind of all a farce of just trying to make it bigger, and yet it still has this sense of joy to it. But because of that, it lacks the substance of that continual feeling of growth that Katamari Damacy 1 was so good at.
Now, yeah, that is interesting. Huh.
At the same time, it's Katamari, and it's really fun. It's just a fun game.
Well, yeah, that goes without saying, though.
Yeah. So, it puts me in the weird position of, do I like this game more? Because it gives me more, but at the same time, as a whole, it is inherently weaker. But it knows that.
Yeah, it's almost another, like, Nightmare Kart situation, where the punchline's kind of in service to itself?
Yes, but unlike Nightmare Kart, We Love Katamari is just playing itself really well.
Mm.
And then they added Royal Reverie content for this as a remake. There are 5 levels where you play as a baby version of the king, and most of them are bad.
Oh, well.
One of them is a remix of a school level, but it's at night and everyone is ghosts. And I'm like, ooh, Ghost School, I like that. But then the gimmick is roll up 5 instruments, don't get touched by a single ghost, or I will end the level
the
right
don't
now.
get touched ones in Katamari, those aren't as fun.
Okay, look. I think the cow bear ones are really funny. I think don't roll up a cow or don't roll up a bear until you get the biggest one, but this traffic cone that has the pattern of a cow counts. I think that's funny.
Okay, fair enough. That's good.
I think that don't touch a ghost. By the way, ghosts phase up through the floor and are running faster than you can move. I think that's bullshit.
No, that's just not a good.
I thought that was the best DLC level? No! It was a cool concept. Every time you go into the hallway is bad. It's just, all the added content is very nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's odd to me, to put it as a selling point. Because it's only 5 levels. They're all short. They're all remixes of other levels. And they reek of the spirit of what Takahashi was trying to avoid with the original.
Hmm.
So this game is like, I think you can teach a college course on this game more than Fire Emblem. Because, like, there's a lot accidentally being said here, almost, about the state of what video games are.
Mm.
And then it's Katamari. Also, I think the soundtrack is weaker than the original game by a significant margin.
Oh, but Katamari
it's still very
so
good. It's still very good, and Everlasting Love is a bop that was so good I thought it was from the original game. But I do think, as a whole, the original soundtrack is much stronger.
Okay.
I think that's all I have to say about that. It's just a fascinating product.
Hey, I think it's hard to say much at all about Katamari, because it's a concept you can communicate fairly quickly just by playing it for like 5 minutes.
Yes. And yet the controls take a while to get used to, but then they click and you're like, oh.
Oh, this just feels
Oh, it feels like I'm accomplishing something. Like, I've played games with very simplified control schemes where it's like you point the stick in a direction and you go there, and it doesn't feel like I have to do any effort to play those games at all. Like, I think that Katamari's rougher tank control style scheme is to its massive benefit.
I agree. It's what gives it that huge sense of momentum. Like, once nothing can stop you in your path anymore, it makes it feel so good just to let it go and go and go and go.
Yes. All right, I got one more, you got one more. Let's go.
All right, let's hit this. I don't know how I found the time, but just kind of felt at some points like, you know what, I should probably finish Pikmin 4. So I finished Pikmin 4.
How was Pikmin 4?
That's an interesting question to ask, because I feel like at its peak, this game is absolutely phenomenal. Like, it has so many fascinating ideas. There's so much, like, sheer variety to this game, and like the amount of things you can do, the amount of kind of quests you can partake, the amount of NPCs you can find. I also feel like it stretches itself way too thin. So you hit a Pikmin 2 point of, wow, hey, that was a great experience. What do you mean the game's still going? What do you mean we're only halfway done?
Oh, I see.
And it just keeps going and going and going. To a point that it's a Crash 4 situation. I don't think this is a healthy game to try to 100%, because it does not really reward you for 100%ing it.
All right, okay.
It's neat to try to find all the treasures, but there's so much space they have to take up that they keep repeating treasures over and over again, so the novelty of finding new things just gets broken because you're not finding new things anymore. I thought the tower defense missions were fascinating for, like, the first 6. And then there's, like, 15 more after that, and it's the same thing over and over again. You get a few where you're, like, trying to defend 2 separate points simultaneously, and that gets... well, not even really hard. I think my biggest issue with this game is that the skill floor is never raised to a point that I feel like it's... It's not that it's not hard, but I don't feel engaged in a good way. Like you experienced this a bit with, like, the ultra spicy sprays and the purple stuff I can't remember the name of, but
yeah, ultra bitters. Yeah,
I think Pikmin has a very hard time finding a good balance between, hey, here's this tool that makes the fights manageable, like this is something you have to use, and this just one-shots whatever you're fighting.
Yes.
Which I know people will say, like, oh yeah, you just don't choose not to use it, but I think that's a weak argument.
I did choose not to use it. People went, why aren't you using it?
Well, the thing is, though, Pikmin is, like, from the very core of its being, designed to encourage you to try to exploit everything to get the fastest time possible. If you're actively choosing not to use a tool, you're actively going against how the game is designed. And it's just...
But what if I need my elixirs for the final boss?
I also think, strangely, that it relies way too much on Pikmin games of old, instead of, like, doing new stuff. Like, there's obviously new stuff there, and the new stuff is really fun. Like, Ochi is a bit of kind of makes the game a little brain dead, because there's, like, nothing in this game you can't defeat by just charging into them with Ochi when there's Pikmin attached to his back. But, like, I like Ochi. I like all the design opportunities he opens up. What I don't like is just constantly revisiting, like, oh, you remember the Water Wraith level? Well, here's an exact copy of the Water Wraith level, except you're on Ochi's back now, so it's not nearly as hard.
Oh, I don't like that.
I had an exact moments where I was trying to, like, in the same, I think it's the Fire Electric in the Water Wraith Dungeon, but you lost, like, 50 Pikmin, too.
Yes.
I was trying to, like, quickly just... What's the word I'm looking for? Just dive it down, try to make sure it dies before it gets its attack off. I didn't succeed. Instead of my Pikmin dying, they just lost their flowers.
Oh.
Which I think showcases a lot of kind of the difficulty issues I have with this game, because there's so many times that I feel like, oh, you should have punished me for that, and it just doesn't.
You're saying the game has a Dandori issue?
You know what? A little bit. I think if there's ever a game out there that could really use a hard mode, I think this one could really use a hard mode, because there's so many times where, God, I feel like there's something there. I'm having a good time, but it never hits that point of like, okay, I'm locked in, I'm engaged. I just feel like I'm constantly waiting for that point to hit, and it never comes.
Oh.
And it makes me sad, because I do really like Pikmin. I feel like the puzzles are so well designed. I feel like the creature designs are immaculate, even though in this game they don't really add, like, new ones in general.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of just like all the old ones over and over again. Like, not to say that there's no new things whatsoever. There's some fun new stuff, but...
It's exactly the same as the previous games, but with dog. That's exactly what you're saying. That's a quote. You can take it. All of you.
I felt like I was getting a highlight reel of the series, but in a gameplay format where the highlights weren't as strong.
So it's like the band coming back together, but they're 20 years older, and they're old, and they can't hit the notes the same.
A little bit. Like, I'd still call this, like, a 7 out of 10 game for me. Maybe even an 8 or a 9, when it was, like, in that first half. Maybe in the first 2/3. But
Mm-hmm.
The ending part of it just did not leave me with a very positive experience. This was a game I needed to stop playing, but I didn't, because I wanted to see what else it had to offer me. I wanted to see what happened with Louis, and
it's sad.
And it didn't.
I want to know what happens to Louis. He's the most narratively interesting guy. I want to know what happens to him.
Well, if you've played Pikmin 2, you've kind of played the story beats of this one.
But I want to know.
Which is also... There's an interesting... I don't know if this game is supposed to retcon Pikmin 1 or not. I don't know how else to describe it, but the kind of story beats that happen... It feels like an alternate timeline where Olimar lost is what we're going for here, because the way that Olimar describes his adventures makes it sound like it's the first time he's done so, but Louis is also here. It's weird.
Did he fall through a portal?
I don't know. I was very unsatisfied.
Why didn't you beat enough of the game to tell me that?
Like, it doesn't, like, expand on, like, any sort of time shenanigans whatsoever.
Well, Olimar has a part of his ship that controls time. He can just do that.
You're asking questions that I don't have the answer to.
Duke did not read the game. Okay, good.
I didn't read it. Okay, what did I read? It was explained that he was here because he was sent to rescue Olimar. For Louis? Okay. I must have missed
Optional
that
is
then.
definitely Pikmin Bad End Timeline.
In my defense, there's so much fucking reading to do in this game. You're first given like separate NPCs that are given their own descriptions of like the treasures and the creatures. Like instead of this being like your controllable character or Olmar or Louis, it's just dedicated NPCs to that, which I don't think is nearly as interesting for one thing. You're not getting that character explanation of whoever you're controlling.
Yeah, I want Olimar to tell me things and kiss me goodnight.
But then you, as soon as you like start interacting with Olimar and Louis, you unlock all of their thoughts on the same stuff. And there's so much stuff that, God, I just burnt the hell out on the writing of Pikmin. Which is a shame, because I bet you if I started like with Olimar's entries, I would have liked it a lot more. But by starting you with the generic characters that it never gives you a chance to really get connected with them.
Mm-hmm.
That by the time you actually get to the characters you care about, there's just too many characters. I think there's like 50 little NPCs. They'll have their little personalities, their little quirks, but it's spreading the writing of this game way too thin. And the end result is... I couldn't tell you the names of any of the characters. Apart from Bernard, because Bernard is a really fun name. That's not even due to his character, though. I just like the name Bernard.
Is he a dog?
No. I think he's the pilot.
Is he religious?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Damn it. Well, then that ruins every single possible joke I could make with him.
I just... Wow. I don't want to be so heavy of a negative Nancy, but I left it a bit bummed out. Like, maybe if I went back to play it as, like, more of a, let's just grab what we can and try to go for the ending as quickly as possible, I think that would be a more enjoyable experience. Because there is some good stuff. There's a handful of bosses that I really love the idea behind them, like the new kind of Daddy Longlegs variant in particular. They do a really fun thing with that idea. It's
oh good.
It's piss
those
easy
were
to beat
already
because,
the best bosses.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that.
Well, like every boss in this game is ridiculously easy to beat. I don't know.
You gave me the fastest whiplash of. Oh yeah, I love. Oh no.
Yeah, you'll love being in the arena for it for all of the minute that it's alive.
Well, damn. No, I'm sad.
Did I get to do the Olimar side story? I did everything. I did the Olimar side story. I did the optional dungeon. I think the optional dungeon had some fun, like, timing challenges that engaged me, but not to a point that, at the risk of sounding very self-centered, I've played RTS games. Pikmin games do not challenge me. And I'm hungry for a Pikmin game that does that for me, and I never get it.
At the risk of sounding like myself, I've seen you play RTS games. Now Pikmin's about in line.
It's very hard to stream those and play them at the same time. Fuck off!
Is it now?
Maybe that was the answer. I just needed to stream Pikmin 4 instead. I just needed to have my attention diverted. That's the secret.
Sure. Okay. Whatever you need.
I think Pikmin 3 is still my favorite. It's still the easiest one, but the fact that you can swap between 3 separate captains simultaneously makes it also the most satisfying one to just speedrun and crush through.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe I need more time to digest it, but ultimately I walked away from Pikmin 4 a bit disappointed. And I hate saying that.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. No. That's a shame. That's a shame. Basil, you gone? You gone, buddy? You going away? You done lounging? Okay.
I saw half a cattail for a split second.
You say goodbye to Basil, everyone. He enjoyed hanging out, but he's gone.
Indeed. Alright, but you know what game I do like?
What game do you like?
I love even? It's the last game on your list.
Oh, yes. So, here is a document. And this is every single note that I took for Tarvould's test. I rewatched every single episode and paused repeatedly in order to get all of these notes, predicting what possible categories he could have. And during the entirety of this note-taking process, I played through Fire Emblem 7, or Fire Emblem Blazing Blade.
This is a lot. I'm impressed. You have a shirts section? Nice.
Yeah. No, I documented every time a song appeared, if it was a different one. He used Captain Falcon quotes 3 times. It was very funny. I went, that tracks. But yeah, I played through Fire Emblem 7, and I have to say, God, what a whiplash of a game to go through for some time. Because FE7 is very much an introduction to Fire Emblem for most of the world.
Mm-hmm.
As such, it has Lin mode, which is a very painstakingly paced tutorial, which will not let you deviate from it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And due to that, I had to waste a Master Seal on fucking Wallace.
Right.
And that hurted. And that was very, very generic. And it was very straightforward, but it was Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is inherently enjoyable.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I'm having a pretty okay time. This is a great low attention span game. It is very easy, very straightforward. Even beyond pure tutorialization, I've got it pretty much set.
Mm-hmm.
And story-wise, it's like, there's a fine bit of thing, but there's an evil uncle, and he's super evil, you guys. You don't understand how evil he is. He poisons his brother so good. These are just games that we played through recently.
I beat you with text by like a second.
You sure did. I saw you saying it as I was saying it, but I committed. In any case, then I hit Ellawood's story, and the game is still baby easy. It is still a very, very simple Fire Emblem game. I think I am in threat of dying once, and it's because of the fighter. What's his name? Not Bart, but...
Dorcas?
No, not
Bartrey?
Dorcas. Yeah, Bartrey.
Something
Bartrey,
like
or whatever his name is. Barter, or whatever. I think he was close to death once because he's got a speed of 2 or something. And he quite sucks. And then I realized, the unit that you have to raise him for is only in Hector's story. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye. Hello, Hawkeye. How you doing? But then I kept playing and I realized, wait a minute. I forgot the story of this game is good.
It's surprisingly good, right?
Yeah. Like, I am so used to Fire Emblem having one character who is good, and then the rest of the plot just kind of happens, and is the most basic vanilla political intrigue in the world.
Mm.
It happens with all of Marth's themes, happens with Thracia, happens with Roy's game, happens with Sacred Stones, even happens with Path of Radiance all day.
Mm. I agree.
And some routes of Three Houses. But in this game, I'm like, wait, I'm engaged. The characters are evolving in an interesting way. They don't feel like chosen ones. There's some good bits of actual intrigue that hit the characters on a personal level.
Like, even on some of just the side characters, like, I love that there's just this whole separate side story of Raven trying to kill Hector. And you can engage with that if you want to.
Yes, exactly. I do hate how slow supports go up in this game, but...
Yes. and how limited they are. You kind of have to get the stories piecemeal through multiple playthroughs, and this game takes too long to do that.
Yes. And unfortunately, the game is piss baby easy.
Yes.
Like, I reset chapters not because I'm worried about dying, it's because I really could have stolen that with Matthew. Like, I've reset the water temple twice, and I'm still on it, just because I'm like, okay, yeah, I can reset that. I want the Berserk staff.
For sure.
Yeah, just you know, let's get silence on Sarah so I can get the Berserk staff and the angelic robe from the one bishop who, for some reason, has both.
Yeah, you're playing normal mode, right?
Yes, because Hector mode is not available to me.
I think the hard modes of like all of them are a little bit more engaging.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that you have to unlock them, I hate it when games do that for such long games like these, and they just don't let you. Just let me play the game at the. It's fine.
Yes, it infuriated me having to go through Lin mode. And I think that's the game's biggest detriment, is if you have played any Fire Emblem game in the future, this game is not future-proofed for them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is a game that, just because of that, would benefit massively from a remake.
I completely agree. I am hesitant because I don't know if I'd enjoy a modern, like, support system. Like, support conversations, like, if they rewritten the game nearly as much.
Well, I prefer it be in the stylization of how Nintendo usually does these things. Nintendo doesn't usually go the full remake stuff. They just do the, well, we're making it resemble the art style, but in 3D sort of thing. Mm-hmm. In the way that they do for Advance Wars and Link's Awakening and that sort of thing. I don't think that they would have it in the modern Fire Emblem style. I think it would be top-down chibis and then models that go into art. You know?
Yeah, you're right. Valencia wasn't too bad.
You should just stop worrying about getting all chests in normal mode and hurry up and get Hector mode. I know! I feel like if I just replayed this game in Hector mode, I would really love it. Because I'm engaged with the story. I like the map design. I just think it's too easy. Lowen has been a motherfucker this whole run. Like, he sits there and nothing hits him, and Marcus is sitting there looking like, I thought I was broken. And Lowen is like, I don't know, Grandpa. And I'm like, Marcus, you're not pulling your... I have to replace you with Isadora. And then I'm making Lowen support with her. So it's like me and the bad bitch I got from being better than Marcus.
It's because of Lowen's
all my
hair.
homies hate the best unit in the game.
It's because of Lowen's hair. If he can't see the enemies, they can't see him either.
Exactly. No, they can hit him. He just will only take 1 damage. And then he will do not much damage back, but that's okay. Because all he needs is sit there and win. Oh. Man, this game gets going, and it gets going.
Did you beat the whole game, or are you still like at the Water Temple?
No, I'm on Water Temple right now.
Do you remember the chapter number? I can't quite remember where in the story.
It's immediately after you get Nino.
Okay.
It is the Nino's family chapter.
Mm-hmm.
So, no. I'm quite a ways in there. And, like, I appreciate the gimmicks it has. It's too easy to pick up on its gimmicks right now. Like, there is no reason to not deploy Merlinus. Ever.
But
and
you
there
have
is rarely
to
a reason to guard him.
There's, like, one chapter where you get reinforcements from behind, and that's it?
Yes! And in that chapter... Which was what, the Black Fang hideout, I think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I sent all my guys and I made them run back, and Merlinus just dodged for like 3 whole turns in his tent.
Yeah, insane dexterity on that thing. He just picks up the whole thing, and and just moves the tent pole to the side to avoid the
He's
arrows hitting his
incredible.
way.
He don't need defending. But yeah, I am surprised by how good Fire Emblem 7 is. Truly. I did not expect it to be this good. I've always been at the level of I enjoy some parts of Three Houses, most of Radiant Dawn, and most of New Mystery, and then Fire Emblem is Fire Emblem to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I am really enjoying the depth of this. The last time I played this was like a decade ago on a phone emulator as a thing to play on commutes.
Mm-hmm.
And very little of it stuck with me due to that. Outside of... Wait, Nino, though. Wait, no, she's so good. Wait, no, that's really fucked up. Oh, Sonia, you're the worst.
Mm-hmm.
This is so not. No, Jafar, you look way too old. Never mind. No, go away. But no, it's just the cast is good. The banter is good. I like how Hector and Lynn play off of each other. I like how Hector plays off of everyone. Ellawood is fine for how boring he is, but he's not, like, offensively so.
He's a good, like, just staging points for other characters to have interactions off of.
He is not Marth, and that impresses me. Like, yeah. Of the GBA Fire Emblems, I'm shocked at how much better this one is than the two surrounding it.
Oh, yeah. Like, I have a soft spot for Sacred Stones, but I don't think it's, like...
I have a soft spot for Leon.
Engaging. Yeah, Leon's great. I like Joshua's hat a lot.
His hat is really good. That's basically all I'll say, other than I like Leon, and I like the character designs of Sacred Stones. The fact that it has a point that you can grind at any point ruins the entire game for me. I'm sorry.
No, I feel that. It's not a game that you play for any kind of challenge. Just, I almost liken it to like a Dynasty Warriors experience, just way slower.
Yep. Love how we have a Cannon Couple and Pent and Louise. Agreed! I like them!
Oh, so many... You just don't get characters like that with the modern, like, Fire Emblem format of you've got to be able to romance everybody. Isn't this so great? This doesn't drive our character design into a corner at all. It's also reclass everybody so they have no identity with their classes either.
But I miss characters coming in with an A rank. Because Pent and Louise and Sotha Micaiah, that just gives that strong sense of belonging. Mm-hmm. And also can be used in interesting gameplay applications.
Doesn't really do that much with Radiant Dawn, but the potential was there.
Yes. But it means that they're going to be married at the end. It makes sense. It shows the bond. It works.
Mm-hmm. No, I just completely
it's
agree with
best use of the support system in Radiant Dawn.
Yeah, the one use.
Exactly. Why would you ever do anything different, like erasing it so that Micaiah could go, oh, Duke Tanis, I wish you could paint a picture of me. End support.
God, I love Radiant Dawn so much, but the supports are so bad. It's like -9 on a Jello Apocalypse scale. It's hilariously bad.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'll probably beat this game within the next, 2 or 3 days.
Nice!
I'm sad I couldn't get it done, but I really wanted to steal the angelic robe in the water temple that I don't need. However, I'm like, no, I will do this map really well.
You can soup up the stats of your units even more than they already were.
I haven't even used the boots that I have. I should use those at some point. I just have a lot of shoes that Merlinus is holding on to. Because I'm like, no, what if I need it for the final boss, though?
If you ever replay the game, download a save file off the internet for an emulator. Because if you want to...
Oh, well, I'll have this on my Nintendo Switch, so...
Yeah, but if you try to do Hector mode, you have to start at Hector normal mode before you can do Hector hard mode. I know.
What?
I know.
What?
Yeah, there's a normal mode of Hector mode first, and then after you
Why?
complete that, you can unlock the hard mode.
No,
I
why?
don't know. It's so stupid. You have to individually unlock each story's hard mode instead of just unlocking the option to do hard mode altogether.
No! I hate this. There's Hector 2?
Yeah, Hector 2 is the only actually decently hard one. But it's fun.
I believe you, but God, I'm angry now.
Sorry. It's Nintendo difficulty systems.
I don't want to beat the game 3 times before it gets fun.
I mean, Hector mode is... where would I rank it difficulty-wise? It's, like, a little bit harder than normal Radiant Dawn at times. But, like, if you want the engaging, like, hard mode Radiant Dawn, you gotta do... Yeah, you're looking for Hector hard mode.
I can potentially do that. I can do Hector mode once, but I don't know. I spend a lot of... I have to fucking turn animations off.
That always happens, yeah.
Yeah.
I love remembering so much nostalgia for Radiant Dawn's animations. Turning them on, like, oh yeah, I want to see these again. Fuck, these take like 15 seconds a turn. No.
Yeah, but they're really good.
Oh yeah, the super arts. Like, oh my god, I love watching those.
Oh yeah, every time Hawkeye hits a man, I'm like, oh, they're dead. Like, there is weight to that.
God, oh right, the sound design and the critical hits in the GBA games. Ah.
No, he doesn't even need to crit. He just does a spinny as a flourish if he feels like it. But,
right.
Oh god, when the hero throws up their shield in their crit animation.
Oh, yes!
So cool.
Just jumps up and catches it. Oh. I could spend like 20 minutes just looking over like the critical hit animations of those games. They never recaptured that bliss.
This is a bad game. Well, on replay, I'm not turning off the animations in this game, in this first playthrough, but man. FE7 is good. Done. Okay.
Agreed.
Mini caveats. Needs remake so that I can play it on hard really
this is
fast.
3 separate asterisks.
Mm-hmm. All right, Future Sight?
Future Sight!
Let's go. Okay, so everyone... I'm sorry.
I wasn't even thinking... I had to switch back!
You're not very fast at this. You probably didn't update it again, so like...
Oh, I haven't updated that since like June of last year.
I know, it's very pathetic. Everyone here is embarrassed for you. Anyway...
Feel free.
Yeah, anyway, a Nintendo Direct happened a long time ago.
Hey,
and
yeah!
yet we haven't covered it. Yeah. Ancient. So, yeah, we had a full reaction on my channel for it, if you are bored. I think the only clips of that have gone around are me saying he had a Luigi idea. I've seen that in, like, 2 compilations.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Donkey Kong might live there, which is so funny taken out of the context of me. But yeah, just going over the Nintendo Direct from, God, a month and a half ago at this point. But, Mario and Luigi Brothership.
Shocking, but okay, cool.
I need to know who's developing this game.
beautiful animations. Like that's
Yes.
that style translated wonderfully into 3D.
Absolutely. It is gorgeous. Character designs are fantastic. The personality is there, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What else interested me?
That
right.
Neo game.
Mio, yes. Mio Memories in Orbit.
God, that looked gorgeous.
Wasn't it? Just a beautiful sort of was it Metroidvania? Was it confirmed?
Metroidvania, yeah, it gave really strong Ori vibes. But like, gosh,
Yes.
the character design of just this little orb with these weird tendril-like hairs, and it can use the hairs to like walk like a spider. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, no, the animation in that is fluid and beautiful, and I will forget that this game exists in a month.
Unfortunately, probably. I hope I remember at a time when it's actually out, because I bet you I would purchase that immediately, but it's just not gonna latch on the brain otherwise.
Oh, I agree completely with that. I did get what I asked for. Donkey Kong did show up.
Now, was that the worst way to get the positive experience from that? Was that the lowest bar for, like, good?
No, if Donkey Kong 64 was the NSO game and that was the only NSO announcement, that would have been the lowest bar.
Okay. Is the second after that?
Yes, no, if Diddy Kong Racing is announced as the NSO game, that's way more important than this. Or like, well, no, there are other things. If they did like a Mario vs. Donkey Kong collection, that would have been low. If they did, we are releasing DK King of Swing on Nintendo Switch Online, Game Boy Advance service for the Nintendo Switch family of consoles, then that would have been pretty low.
Okay.
If they were like, we are re-releasing Donkey Kong 3.
Just specifically.
Or the Renaissance of Stanley the Bugman.
Come on, just the novelty of that alone, that's gotta rank a little bit higher than Returns.
No, because you have to remember, Returns hasn't had a good version since ever.
Okay, fair. That's fair.
There's always been that either, oh no, waggle controls, which are bad and do eat your inputs and was a problem for me even back in the day, or, oh no, 30 FPS, which the game wasn't designed for. So and oh no, on the 3DS. Now, like, it doesn't look like a good HD port. Like, some of the effects are kinda messed up.
A little bit, yeah.
And the fact that they're releasing this game at full price is dumb.
So Nintendo.
No, not even. Because Metroid Prime Remastered wasn't this price.
Oh, right, it wasn't. And it was better, too. What?
Yes.
Well, I mean, honestly, you can take that as a positive. They got more faith in Donkey Kong as a brand.
No, that is true. Donkey Kong is power. However, it's just, I don't know. I'm going to be happy to replay this game. I haven't given it a full replay in a very long time. I've thought to myself, hey, I haven't replayed Donkey Kong Country Returns because it isn't on an accessible console right now. I'd like to do it. Do we know? Yes, I forget the name of the studio who's doing it, but hang on. Let me do a quick search.
Mm-hmm.
But we did get that out of them. That was Forever Entertainment.
All right.
Which I think is
about that?
Mostly making remakes and ports.
Okay. They're a translation studio.
Yes, they're a middleman group.
Okay.
But yes, we do get the 3DS levels, which is a nice benefit, and is more than I thought that they would do, because as a Donkey Kong fan, I've come to expect so little.
Right.
Like, It's true. Like, when we're like, yay, K. Rool and Smash, we have to give an apology to everyone that their character didn't get in.
Oh, yeah, yeah. How dare you?
It's like, it's okay.
A fat lizard?
When we're sitting here and being like, we don't hope for Dixie Kong, we're just be like, it would be cool if it happened, but we've already gotten so much that we couldn't possibly have another.
We've gotten so many jungle levels, man. Like, I feel like we're asking too much at this point.
Well, that's how it feels. It'd be like, now the Gangplank Galleon would be one step way too far.
Maybe the Switch 2, it'll be his day. But at the very least, it's a good sign of repeated interest in the brand.
Yes. And I am happy. Also happy is that Dragon Quest H3 2D Remake looks great.
I have no interest in the game, but wow, that was beautiful. That was a delight for the eyes to watch.
I played through the original on NES. Shockingly good for an NES RPG. So I am very much looking forward to going through it again.
Can I get this style for Pokemon moving forward? Please?
God,
like
please? That's the most gorgeous sprite work in the world. Funko Fusion is a game. Funko Fusion. Funko Fusion, dude.
I mean, yeah, Funko Fusion.
Funko Fusion, dude. It's cool to get Perfect Dark on NSO. Oh, the Marvel vs. Capcom collection.
What the hell happened there?
I don't know.
Just out of I can't even say left field. This is like getting into imaginary numbers with math.
No, this is the depths of impossibility. The layer of never happening.
You squared the I value, and you managed to do the math just right, so you got rid of the I altogether. Well done. It exists.
Like, just the legal loopholes you have to go through to get this to happen. And the Punisher, for some reason.
This is more impressive to me than Sora in Smash Brothers. Like, how the
I agree
hell...
with you.
With what, well, I guess with what Marvel is right now, maybe it was a little bit easier to sell, like, can you give us a win? Maybe. I don't know.
No, but it's such a niche win. Like, I get it's kind of the era with X-Men 97 kicking ass right now, but that's about all, I think.
It's like, so nice seeing these kinds of announcements where just out of nowhere, one specific niche of the fandom just gets to have the best day ever with no signs that it was about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I love announcements like this.
Didn't some Capcom higher-ups say they're down for another MVC? I'm sure they are.
After this, obviously, like, went from a Half-Life 3 of potential to being like, okay, I could see this being like the next project they greenlight. If the legal hurdles aren't there anymore, like, why wouldn't they
manage that? If they put the effort into it, by all means, I'd be delighted.
God, a Marvel versus Capcom with like Street Fighter 6 levels of quality.
Oh, that won't happen, but...
I mean, yeah, but like, let me dream for a second, come on.
Yeah, no. I can't wait for people to come to this and realize, damn, Marvel 1 really was the better game all along.
Yeah, cool. I'm
Yeah.
not the target audience, but I'm so happy for them.
Oh, please, everyone should play a Marvel game. They're just fun to hit buttons in. It is that good fighting game juice where you just hit the buttons and good things happens.
Yeah, I have. Like, Wolverine, you just mash the button and he just rips people apart. It's great.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Super Mario Party Jamboree.
There were interesting ideas in there. Like, some of the side modes they showed off, like the 20-player thing.
Oh, yeah. No, it could be good. It could also not be good. I am waiting to see if it will be good or not. That is a lie. I will purchase this game. However, I may be unhappy with my purchase. Spike is playable again. Monty Mole is back.
This is true.
I don't like when they delineate it with the heroes and villains.
The villain
feel
roster isn't nearly as strong. Well, it could be, but they're not brave enough to grab, like, Dimentio or Count Black or anything like that.
Yes, and don't get me wrong, I like little guys. I'm fine with little guys, but you have such a wide roster and ability to do something that you could really make it special. But it's just the brand guys that you sell for your plushies.
Right. Which is so stupid. You could make a Dimentio plushie. People would be all over that.
Mm-hmm.
Going of EGAT.
It would be. I've seen Etsy. They are. Huh. Anyway, then there was a fucking Zelda game or whatever.
Yeah, just finally. I know I made a video on this. I wish I was more excited for it than I actually am, though. Like, it's hype to see that it's finally happening. But there's something... I know what it is? I think it's the narrator voice for the trailer. It's narrated like it's someone explaining, like, a 7-year-old game to the target audience. Like, a game for 7-year-olds, rather.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a little worried that it's going to be, like, they're not going to sell the concept fully, and it's going to be too baby down for what it could be. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, I can see that. Oh, excuse me one moment. I think someone's at the door. Can you give me just one second break?
I'll talk about Zelda. I'll talk about Zelda.
All right.
Oh gosh, now you've swapped the... I guess I'm designing 4 now. Hello. But yeah, like, there's obviously ideas here. Like, you see little segments like, come on. Like this little bit where you're, like, just making towers out of the beds. Or there's a segment later on where you're seeing the ideas being, like, combined together. That gives me hope for this game, but I'm so scared that that's just going to be the extent of it. That you're not going to get anything else past that point. And that worries me. We've probably only seen the first hour of the game. I don't know about that. There's several moments in this thing. Like, you've got, like, a water dungeon. The extent of Link to the Past, you got this little bit. I counted the little triangles at the back, because that's how you can tell how many powers you have. I think the most you ever see is 5. And I really hope you can get up to, like, I don't know, 9 or 10. I think the biggest thing that, if this game isn't going to be that great, if it's not going to do well, is because they cap the amount of things you can make way too soon. I think this is just Tears of the Kingdom gameplay, but less. It's definitely using that same formula of we're just going to give you a bunch of tools and just see what you'd make with them. My worry is that with a bunch of tools in a 2D format, there's not as much you can do in a 2D format than you can in a 3D format. That's my biggest worry. It's going to feel like a lesser version of what you can do in those games. I still have hope, though. I'm definitely going to, like, play this and hopefully enjoy it. I would just like this to be... I want it to be a strong showing for Zelda's first gameplay experience. As you beat the final boss and get to make them... Oh no, I am so looking forward to just summoning a bunch of Shadow Links to take on Ganondorf. That's going to be absolutely hilarious. Hey, you're back.
Yep, what'd you say about me?
I took your place on the overlay for a second.
I can see that, yeah.
Not much, though. We just talked Zelda.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a game that interests me, sadly enough to say.
I basically just said all of this, but... I feel like it's not going to do as much as it needs to do with the concept it's trying to throw out. Like
Probably
the little
not.
triangles it's got going off of the little sprite thing. I bet you're going to cap you to like 5 or 6 when the game would need like 10 or 12 to be able to really
I
be
think that
engaging.
5 or 6 will be the max that you slowly build to.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think for a specific niche, it's going to be a really excellent game. I think that some people are going to be like, no other Zelda game has compared to this.
Yeah, there's interesting stuff at play. Like the fact you can use like re-deads to stun people, you can set traps for the plants to bite. That's cool. I worry that's going to be the extent of it.
Probably. Well, who the fuck cares about Zelda because it's Hot Boy Summer? Miles Edgeworth is coming! Chat, are you ready to edge? I'm ready to edge! Miles Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, including Ace Attorney Investigations 2, never before released in the West except for a fan translation.
Aren't these games
That's
like
good.
kind of mediocre?
The first one is. AAI 2 is great.
Okay.
Unless you ask Jello. He thinks it's kinda trash. I think he's wrong.
Well, all right then. I will
think
default to
they're
having no strong
fun.
feelings.
But yeah, no, they're fun games. They rely on more of an adventure game formula than the typical Ace Attorney game, but you get a good amount of Edgeworth characterization. It's fun to play a straight man who is trying not to take shit, but has to. Because Ace Attorney is just like that.
Mm-hmm.
And just, I loved my playthrough of AI 2 a lot. I'm so glad more people will get to experience that game, and that I will finally be able to play the first one.
Huzzah!
Even though it's not very good just for completion's sake, all I know is that there's one motherfucker with diplomatic immunity, and everyone hates him.
You can finally experience the full breadth of the Ace Attorney lore that isn't going anywhere.
Exactly!
Love it.
It's so much fun. Every Ace Attorney game will be playable on the Switch after this, except Professor Layton.
Wow, you're absolutely right. Honestly, that's impressive. Well done.
Yeah, that's just really cool to have them all in one place. I'm really happy for the series. As this niche thing I stumbled on at the end of junior high that has evolved into this.
Cool.
No, I'm really happy for. Shut up. Shut up. You're not happy enough.
I've played 2 of the games. I enjoyed them. I don't have much of a desire to go back to Ace Attorney.
Well, yeah, you don't go back to them because you know what they are, but then they
Well,
come
I like
up
to
with
experience
new things.
the other games. I thought they were cute, but that was just kind of start and end of thought. I like watching other people play them. It's fun when people have voices.
So anyway, 100 line Last Defense Academy, that looks like the same game that the Danganronpa guy has made, except with now it's a bad strategy game.
Oh, right, this thing. Just every direct's got to have at least like 5 JRPGs.
No,
That
it's
leaves
not even a
zero
JRPG.
impression.
It's just the Danganronpa guy going like, "Do you like Danganronpa? Would you like it again? Would you like another weird mascot that will encourage you to kill?"
But also like Pikmin, but in an XCOM format? That's weird. Where are these little Among Us crewmates? Alright.
Yeah, and then Metroid Prime 4. It looked okay.
I've cooled down tremendously just from the sheer delight of finally getting to see the damn thing again. I am happy. I need more.
No, as someone who did not have the Metroid Prime filter of oh my god, it's happening. I saw the trailer and I'm like, yeah, this looks like an FPS game's first level.
It's pretty much just here's the first mission from Prime 1, but again.
Okay.
And like it's pretty. I'm excited, but like I'm still kind of in the same spot I was before seeing the trailer.
It is fun to see that it is real.
Yeah. And the shocking reveal that Slux is the villain that nobody saw coming. Whoa.
No, bro, that's cool. It is cool for the villain from a DS game to be the main villain of franchise
yes,
now.
Yes, but everybody knew that was happening since Prime 3, though.
Yeah, but it's like if the next villain of a Star Fox game is fucking General Scales or some shit.
Like, I feel like Scales has got way more character than Slux. I don't know if that's a fair comparison.
I don't know, dude. You're comparing a character to General Scales from Star Fox Adventures.
Yeah, but Scales is funny, though. Takes itself so seriously, and it just doesn't land.
But you're saying it from a matter of depth. I don't know, dude. I feel like General Scales being the main villain is would be more of a surprise than the main villain of Super Mario Bros. Wonder being Wart.
Yes. But that's my whole point. Slux isn't a surprise.
What was my point?
I don't know. I'm not sure anymore.
Did I just want to talk about General Scales? Because I really don't care about Metroid?
Maybe, and I support you in this endeavor.
Good. I like that. Everyone go and look up the dinosaur language from Star Fox Adventures. There's a codex that you can use, so you can make your own dinosaur language.
Alright, what else we got?
Yeah, that's Nintendo. Nintendo is neat. You know who's less neat? That would be Adobe.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, damn. I sure would love to have a functional video editor without, having cancellation fees that are larger than what I would have paid otherwise. So I might as well just keep paying them.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? The Department of Justice was like, what the fuck? And they filed a lawsuit against Adobe's for violations in their unclear subscription practices.
Thank you.
This is a federal suit.
Just thank you.
Yes, no, Adobe was like... I just checked, like, 3 days ago, Adobe was like, we are very disappointed in the Department of Justice. They have brought up examples from 4 years ago that do not represent our values. We feel that our subscription practice is fair and transparent, and this will be proven.
Sure. I wait with bated breath to see how that shakes out.
Oh, I don't. It could go either way.
I guess that's true. No, you're right. You're right. We're asking justices to figure out the internet, and that never goes well.
Yeah.
It's at least satisfying to see them called out.
You know what's even harder to figure out than the internet?
One of the hardest things to figure out.
That's right, it's Guilty Gear lore, but fortunately we got you covered because Guilty Gear announces an anime, Guilty Gear Strive Dual Rulers.
I feel like this is just going to make the confusion worse. There's no way this isn't a Kingdom Hearts scenario where it just gets exponentially more convoluted.
Probably, but we got some trailers out. This sure is freaking Soul and Sin doing Soul and Sin things. And Sin being like, you're my dad, but not. And Soul being like, I'm Soul bad guy, shut the fuck up. And there's a new character who hates gears, but probably is one.
No. That's crazy talk.
You know, I'm saying this, and it sounds like the simplest plot to understand. And then I'm like, do you want to talk about the backyard?
It's actually going to be this completely separate, like, third, fourth, I don't fucking know Guilty Gear lore. It's going to be like a nega gear. That's like a gear, but the opposite. I don't know. It'll at least result in good music.
Oh, it definitely will. And, like, we've already seen the results. The OC from this has already been announced for Strive. So, we're all set there.
For sure.
You want to know what we're even more set for? Is that the most important piece, culturally, of Sonic the Hedgehog media has been perfectly preserved.
What is...
I'll just let you open it up to react.
Yeah, opening it now. It's stuck loading because this is definitely not a garbage website. Still loading.
No, it's okay. You're fine. You got it.
I will
it's okay.
reload. There we go.
When it hits, it hits. That's right. The original animation cell of Dr. Robotnik from the video This Video Contains Win, aka when he says Pingus.
Sure.
The origin of penis has been preserved. Generations have survived off of this, and in its primordial form, we have raised it from the depths. Some may say this is the year of shadow, but no, this is the year of the light, bringing to light all of the most important things that Sonic requires.
Ah, yes, the year of Pingus. That would probably be more successful, honestly. And Pingus be praised. Love to see it.
God bless. And you know what we also need to bless?
Oh.
That's right. We need to bless our VTuber gods. Because right now, VTubers have just saved baseball.
Just read the title. All caps. VTubers have saved baseball. What? Okay.
That's right. The Los Angeles Dodgers have teamed up with HoloLive in order to present HoloLive Nights at Dodger Stadium. Which you may think is a joke, but you don't understand. I have the
What?
What do you mean, what?
Have they met baseball fans? I do.
Oh,
I have.
It's even better.
Where I live.
You have to How is it a big thing? You haven't been relevant since Karl Malone in any sport.
Well, relevant in terms of the state I live in, obviously.
And he's not even a baseball player. I don't know I don't even know what you have. What, freaking Rockies or whatever? What's your freaking team?
I think it's... Fuck, what even is it? I think it's got a bee as a mascot. Wasp, Hornet, Yellow Jackets, one of those. Yellow and black stripes.
Oh, bro. Oh, you in shambles. Anyway, so there was a HoloLive night for the LA Dodgers against the Milwaukee Brewers. First thing to note is that they had a specific booth for HoloLive merch that you had to get a specific ticket for. It wrapped around the stadium, and it took longer than it took the game to play to serve everyone who was in that line.
Shut up, no.
It sure did.
No!
So, there were fans who missed the entire game just to wait for HoloLive merch. And then there was a drone show afterward.
What?
However, you need to understand that the Dodgers were losing this game Until, in the 7th inning, Guargura shows up on the Jumbotron to sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game to legions of fans, and guess what? The Dodgers make the run back. They win the game with the power of HoloLive behind them.
I got a video of it!
I just need you to go, how funny it is that there's going to be grown men pointing at this shark girl going, do you see the numbers we did that night? Do you see what this did for fan morale? Do you see all those Brewers fans who have to sit there and go, I lost to this shit? The hell no, I lost to this team?
When I read that title, I thought, there's no way this went well. But you're telling me it crushed everything?
It not even went well. They're going to have to make some hard decisions in the future.
This will single-handedly turn baseball into the weeb sport. That's so funny. I eagerly await the day of the Babe Ruth harem anime that is now going to be a thing. And the timeline started here.
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
They love it. I need to go and, like, just lurk Reddits for Dodgers fans to see reactions from this. I didn't take the step, but I need to.
My God, I would love to know, like, did this make people mad? Or were they so, like, has baseball just not had a win for so long? They're just like, you know what? Yeah, we'll roll with it.
I did see tickets. A Reddit post where there was one guy went, ain't no way in hell my team got cooked by this. And then just a page of laughing at him.
Oh.
It's just like, I'm sorry, bro. You got cooked by the anime shark girl.
Also, shout out to BCF, who was apparently at the game.
You were at the game? Oh, it's so good! Was it good? Was everyone happy? Let me know.
Something has been unleashed today. Pandora's box has opened. And it will not be closed again.
I'm sorry, this is the best story I have on here.
This is the best story you've ever brought, dude. Oh, you
Oh.
Just said words.
All right, well,
well, now we have to move on to the next thing.
Yeah, I guess so. You know what's also happening?
What?
That is, against all odds, Chibi Robo is happening. The developers from the former Chibi Robo studio have released Ko-Robo, or the Kickstarter, rather, for Ko-Robo, which is just Chibi Robo.
Yeah, it's got an Xbox logo. That's about it.
It is just we have Chibi Robo at home.
Well, good luck. We have seen this attempted.
Yep, but this includes original developer, co-director, third co-director, producer, and character designer. So, this is most of who was at Skip, who developed the Chibi Robo series, and it's another one. Which, God, good luck. I hope it's good.
The unfortunate thing is, even if it is good, like, you're trying to appeal to a market that just doesn't exist.
Oh, no, this is insanely niche. But also making something of this scope and of this, yeah, salesmanship that isn't just a major release is probably going to be better for him. Like, this is probably the universe where Chibi Robo is allowed to exist.
This is true. It is more of an indie game vibe. Yeah. Though I'm looking at gameplay. That's Chibi Robo,
Yes.
right? Yeah, but now history has taught us if you just put a VTuber on that TV right there, you'll get at least 1 million in sales.
No, you got it. You understand. Imagine the Chibi Robo game where he's just asking, okay, chat, where do I go next?
Oh, no, ew, that's trigonometry homework. Get that, no.
You're so mad.
I just finished the final. I had to go back to 10th grade math because I couldn't remember it. It was awful.
But you know who will also help? You know who will also help clean your room?
Who else will help me clean my room?
Liquid metal slime. If you get this cool floor cleaner, it is just a liquid metal slime, and it will clean your floor, and it's going to be a Crane Game prize. And I just think that's really funny.
Huh. Also, just want to toss out there, because I was curious, the trigonometry homework is actually wrong. The cosecant should be flipped over the x-axis. That's not correct.
But yes, sorry. No. You were invested in nothing. I get it. Someone tell me where this Crane Game is? Japan! Where else would you get Dragon Quest merch?
I mean, yeah, that's neat. Math. It's not my first choice for like an electric floor cleaner, but that is cute.
No, you don't understand. This is the one that runs away from you really fast. So it's made that if there's motion, it will go the other way.
Oh. Oh, wait.
It's actively fleeing from you. It is an enemy designed to flee from you, fleeing from you to clean your floor.
Okay, no, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll get you that.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, God, a week ago, Evo happened.
Oh, yeah, this
First
was
off,
such
did you
a good
watch any of
Evo.
Evo? How much did you watch?
I watched pretty much all of Grand Finals, because I just, yeah, I love the energy of Grand Finals and Evo. And I always had a Street Fighter stream up on the side with whatever I was doing.
Right.
That was my chosen.
Yeah, can we be basic bitches and discuss the Hugo player from Street Fighter 3?
I didn't see Street Fighter 3, but go ahead.
Let's find the fucking video right now.
Send me the video, I'll put it up.
You need to understand. You don't... Because holy shit. Hayao is a fucking menace. Because first off, it's just this guy from Japan who is incredible at Street Fighter, but he's an incredible showman. He did the splits before his set, and his ass fully out in front of the audience, just to pump himself up. Just... Yeah, here it is. Evo presented by Chipotle Day 2.
Yeah,
I need you to just look at this finale to this quarterfinals match this Hugo does. Because you need to see it.
God, I haven't seen Hugo's design in forever. What a character and a half.
Yep.
Like if Andre the Giant from his Princess Bride character just lost 30 IQ points. Just goes out to the crowd.
No, you don't understand. Okay, so what happened there is he is on Magic Pixel, right? He is about to die.
Oh!
Ken pulls off an EX Tatsu. He has to air parry perfectly every single hit of that.
Oh, I'm so
while
sorry.
While he is falling down.
I was so distracted. By his ugliness, I was looking at the health bars. Wow.
Now,
He got Daigo'd.
that's pretty crazy. He did, but that's not the craziest part. Go to about 18 seconds after he does the lariat. You'll see that Ken starts a super, and he's starting a different move. That is not Hugo's jump. That is his standing roundhouse.
Oh,
he is predicting that Ken will use a super on Wake Up and is using the standing roundhouse, which will get him to the ground faster than a jump, in order to hit the ground faster to hit a reversal. If he jumps, Ken catches him and he dies. He's giving a hard commit. Essentially, he is dodging a super with Bowser forward smash, to put it in Smash terms.
Okay, now that you've explained to me how the game works, I'm impressed. That's amazing.
It is one of the most insane things I've seen in a fighting game. As a reminder, Hugo is like a mid-tier at best.
I could tell looking at him.
Exactly. So I just need you to have that. That is the energy going in. And then the Tekken Grand Finals are incredible.
Watch
Super
those.
close. Feel good. Street Fighter 6 Top 6.
Was magical to watch.
Oh my god. There were fucking story arcs in just that Top 6. Just, here, let me make sure I get Evo names right.
Yeah, the one kid... That,
yes.
The guy was like, hey, yeah, no, it's cool that you're just here. And then come back
no,
to face
I
the
know.
same guy in Losers Finals.
Yes, completely. Just give me names. Just give me bracket. Holy shit. Just give me results. Thank you. No, that's 2023. No, give me 2024.
I believe
I'm on the wrong page.
You'll find it eventually.
Ending Walker. Oh my god. So he goes up against Big Bird, and it's what, winner's quarter or winner's semis? Gets rocked by his Rashid.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely rocked, to the point where I'm going, oh god, Big Bird, I know you from your Marisa play, and I'm so upset that you dropped her, but you made Rashid look impossible to defeat.
Mm-hmm.
Actually impossible to defeat. I'm going, how do you even manage to do anything with that? Because that Ed just got floored. I thought it was like a full perfect. Oh.
Mm-hmm. It was.
Yep. And then you see Punk go up against another Ed, and his Cammy destroys that Ed. Ruins Momochi. And I'm like, oh god. Oh god, games are so fast. Then you see the Ed mirror between Momochi and Ending Walker, and I'm like, oh my god. They're doing reads I didn't even know. Usually a mirror match is boring, but both of them have different styles. And then that moment where Ending Walker uses the tech that Momochi invented that extends the combo in an incredibly stylish way.
Yes. What was it called? The Dream
Every
combo,
time
I think?
Yes, the Dream. And oh my god, every time that Ed gets like a single in, he does like 1,000,000 points of damage. Like, holy shit. And then seeing Ending Walker climb his way back up to losers to fight Big Bird, and then this match that he gets stomped on, that I'm like, okay, let's just get to grands.
Mm-hmm.
And he runs it back so hard. Oh my god, the amount of times I point at the screen and I go, look there, that's Balrog's boy. It's like, oh my god. And then Big Bird versus Punk at the end. Oh my god. I have never seen so much beautiful play in my life. It is a saga of resetting the full bracket, of running it back, of one of them getting a perfect on the other, and then the other getting a perfect immediately after.
Oh, it was so good.
The one-upsmanship going to final game, final round? To final touch? Oh! Fighting games are so God!
I think I might call Street Fighter 6 the best spectator esport. It is
I
just
didn't
a
think it was
sheer
before
delight
this.
to watch.
I didn't think it was before this. This is selling me really hard. Oh. Because there's enough of an ebb and flow with it, and there's enough of the possibility to really blow up. And oh my god, every time someone puts themselves into burnout, it's like, well, they did that, they really committed. Are they on the down foot? Are they? No, they're just going!
Yeah.
Oh! Ah!
Yeah, so much further invested in the competitive
Evo.
scene here than
I
thought
need to
I
go
would
to
be.
Evo. I need to go Evo so much. Big reveals all around. It wasn't revealed at Evo because obviously it came out earlier, but just lump it down. Street Fighter 6 Season 2 announced. Freaking Ghost Dad. Freaking Elena, the one friend Akuma has, and then Terrence Beauregard showing up again. Bringing his brother Stalker with him. That is M. Bison, Elena, Terry Bogard, and Mai Shiranui as Season 2. How you feeling about this?
I think we actually talked about it last time we had an episode, because I remember specifically saying that I'm thankful to Smash Brothers for letting me care about this.
Yes, okay, great. So Terry had a trailer there, and it was nothing. But I don't care because it was Terry.
Yeah, that certainly is him in Street Fighter. There's the one dude in the background of the King of Fighter stage. Can't remember his name, but he was also there in the crowd. Or at least somebody that's dressed to look like him. I'm not sure.
Yes. All right. Okay. Fair enough. Fair point. Fair main. I was already talking about that. I don't remember how time works. A lot happened. I've had 3 dental surgeries and I'm going in for 2 more. Give me a break.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing, like, this is a character in particular. I just want to see the gameplay of how he's translated over. I don't really care much about, like, his World Tour stuff, but what does the first game being brought into Street Fighter look like?
Yes. We also have announcements for Guilty Gear Strives next season.
Just dropped everything, which was neat.
Yep. Which includes Dizzy, finally.
Cool.
Venom. Unica from the anime coming out.
That sure is a character design.
It sure is. And then Lucy from Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Which just what?
That is crazy. That is like
10,000 guesses. Never would have gotten there. Never would have gotten
close.
That
is like, unfortunately, like the 4th best pull from the show you could have made. But it also makes sense.
I think it's supposed to be a follow-up to the story of the show.
Yes, which is why it makes sense.
But yeah, like, that's just neat.
But damn, we could have really used the lolly with no pants and a lot of guns. She would have really added a lot. You laugh. No, Rebecca's fucking awesome.
No, I like Jinx 0.5. It's fine.
But Jinx ain't in that league. Shut up.
Oh, Jinx is so much better.
No, fuck off. Jinx wouldn't open a door, point a pistol at your head, and go, "Oh, hey, Choom. How the fuck it going?"
That is exactly what Jinx...
That is not. Jinx is too weak. The version of Jinx in Arcane would not do that.
Jinx
She's too weak.
is fueled with shimmer. She could crush Rebecca with her one hand.
Bro, you're lucky the Death Battle is coming back.
I believe. I believe in my girl. Jinx would stop that fight.
I just want to look at this Grand Blue Fantasy character,
Oh god, this
Versusia? Versusia? I'm just looking at the design. I haven't even seen this trailer.
Where's the full body? No, you're too curled up there. Where's...
Oh my god.
I laughed so hard seeing this one. God, I think the soloist just... No, don't like... There we go. What the hell is that?
Oh my god, I love seeing it in motion. He looks fun, but he looks rough. Well, yeah, every character who's stylized would look rough in SF6's style.
God, there was half of a character design I would have loved there. Then
this is great.
What's her name?
No, this
Dark
is a
Talon from Star Wars onto it.
No, this is a freaking Homestuck OC taped on to freaking... Oh shit, what's their names? The demon girls from Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt.
I have no idea
what are their names. The ones that said Ruse. No. Chat, bail me out. What are their names? Scanty and Knee Socks. That's it. Scanty and Knee Socks. I got that on my own. It's like that with Homestuck. It's great. Thank you, chat. You were of no help. Multiverses has Samurai Jack.
Did that move the dial even microscopically for you?
No.
Figured.
I love Samurai Jack, and oh my god, I felt nothing. The ability for me to feel nothing. Oh my god, I forgot to put it on, but did you see that the League platform fighter was canceled because of how bad Multiverses bombed?
I did see that, yes. Honestly, can't blame them. Also weird that they were trying to do both simultaneously. Both, like, the... It's not Project L anymore. What the hell is it called now?
2XKO.
2X... Yeah. Tried to do that and the platform fighter at the same time.
Beetlejuice was also confirmed here, but...
Yeah.
If Multiverses adds Donkey Kong, would you try it? Probably not. It looks like a bad game.
Is there any character they could add that would make you try it?
Joey Wheeler.
Okay. Yo, speaking of 2X... I keep wanting to say 2KXO, but it's 2XKO. They added Braum to that, and Braum looks amazing.
Oh, yes, I did see that.
Just the big shield boy.
Yeah. And then I would say the... Oh, right. Friggin' SVC Chaos coming out of the Abyss to be re-released. This was...
right! This thing!
Yeah.
Isn't it just like every single SNK versus Capcom ever?
No, it's just SVC Chaos, because SNK versus Capcom and SNK versus Capcom 2 are Capcom-developed games. This is the SNK-developed game. It is the weird one.
Okay.
Where, like, it's not bad, but it's just weird and has, like, 18 Shotos or semi-Shotos.
Mm-hmm.
But also, it has Red Reamer and Zero from Mega Man Zero for some reason. It's just weird and kind of pretty, but also kind of ugly.
Is that like a Metal Slug alien?
Yes, Mars People is in this game.
That's badass. Nice. I like that.
Isn't it? They got Dimitri from Darkstalkers, so every single character has a Midnight Bliss form. That includes Mars People.
Cool.
So that means he turns her into a sexy lady, which just turns her pink and gives her a ribbon.
Lovely.
So you know. Yeah, also a bunch of smaller titles as well. Under Ninth in Birth, I have no familiarity, but it has a goth girl, so that's good. Hunter x Hunter, and then Impact has the character that you care about from the big arc. It's the guy who makes you cry, and he's Cell.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably the biggest one that we can talk about, for Tekken 8.
One of the funniest trailers I've ever seen. Just to have that bit stapled on at the end.
Yes. He gone.
Heihachi Mishima is completely dead. And just immediately popping in with him on the DLC screen. Very nice frame.
So how do you feel about this? Because I am, as a person who played a lot of Heihachi, I am very mixed.
I have no investment in the Tekken lore. I think it's hilarious that both M. Bison and Heihachi were resurrected so quickly after their falls. It would depend on the general tone of Tekken stories if this would bug me or not. If he was set up to be like, okay, no, this is his final stand, we're now moving the story forward in some other direction, this would annoy me a lot.
That was how it was set up in Tekken 7.
Well, okay.
This was, he is fighting his son for the final time, and he is putting all of his regrets behind him, and he is punching the devil out of his son. He died. It didn't work.
Well, okay. Well,
like, they gave him a hero-villain send-off.
Tekken 8
The crux of it
like...
is that he is the crux of it is that he is refusing to die, and his body gives out narratively. Like, he has a sliver of a health bar in the final fight, but he actually has a full health bar. You just can't see it because
that's amazing.
He's so injured.
Okay.
Like, it is narratively one of the coolest fighting game fights. That is unfortunately sandwiched in between a boring narrator going, and then Heihachi told me the secret of his dark past, actually. It seems that he had a wife that he had to kill. What is the truth? What is not? I do not know. What I do know is it will end in blood. But, like, this was a send-off for his Seiyu who passed away, and, like, usually they leave those characters to die if their voice actor passes away. In Japanese media, it's why Mr. Satan isn't used very often anymore in Dragon Ball media.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know jack shit about Tekken 8, but I know that, like, the one purple-haired girl, she's also a Mishima, right?
Yeah, Reina, yeah.
Maybe that's why they could do something interesting with that dynamic. But
well, no, I
then...
liked Heihachi. No, but she had Heihachi's moves and her own stuff, and I was like, damn, I really did like Heihachi more as a hot goth girl.
Oh, right, yeah. I remember you saying that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, with that context, if I was invested in this would annoy me probably quite a bit.
I do think it's very funny that there's a secret Heihachi cult, but damn, I was so happy for Cliff Anderson from Guilty Gear, because finally, it looked like someone permanently died to hang out with him. And, like, we're not bringing him back. Because he's stayed dead for, like, over a decade now.
Don't give him ideas. There's still time. We've been a month apart between Bison and Heihachi.
No, they announced Season 4. Cliff is safe. He gets to keep a nappy. Testament gets to keep giving flowers and telling their dad about all the cool wrestling they watched.
Well, yes, but that's the game. The anime is where Cliff is going to come back to life.
Okay, Camp, I will admit, wave dashing over hot coals was the funniest shit I ever saw.
Yeah. Just kind of glossed over
like,
that.
I knew I was upset, but that was really funny.
Just the training dojo of gameplay mechanics.
Yes.
That's perfection.
Beautiful. But yeah, no, EVO was such a fantastic competition. Just a beautiful competitive spirit that uplifts absolutely everyone. I can't imagine any other recent sporting event that could possibly have any news that would be saddening or disquieting in the face of this. EVO is the apex, and nothing could possibly reach it.
Clearly, obviously. Now this is the point.
Mario and Sonic retire from the Olympics because the IOC wants to explore NFTs instead.
'Cause that's gonna work.
Yep. To put it simply, the International Olympic Committee has chosen not to renew its contracts with Nintendo or Sega. Mario and Sonic at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games will be the final entry in the Mario and Sonic series because they want to go through games with NFTs. They're looking into and have signed on to go, yeah, we'll host esports in the coming future. Mario and Sonic is dead because of a dead format.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're like 5 years late to this. Well, maybe not that long.
Yes.
I'm curious what they mean by esports. Like, are they gonna have officially Olympics-hosted esports?
Maybe?
Because that aspect intrigues me, but...
No, I'd be concerned. The only joy I've gotten out of the Olympics this year is seeing all the pictures of the people in the pistol competition and just seeing, like, insane sniper scopes, and then just dude with t-shirt walks in, shoots gun, gets silver medal.
You're not wrong. That is very true. I don't know, though. I could see something interesting happening with Olympic esports. Like, if you specifically took games just to test certain reflexes. Like, I don't have faith that they get it right the first time, but there's a concept there.
I do think it would be really, really funny if it's like, okay, you can do this. However, America, you can only play Ken and Guile.
Yes! Oh my god, actual World Warriors where you're stuck with your World Warrior?
Yes.
Oh, you just now this has to happen.
Different countries paying Capcom to buff their characters. Japan makes a mandate that Ryu must be top 5.
Some smaller countries just pool money together for fundraising to make Capcom develop a character for their region.
Yes.
We just don't have a Lithuanian character. Well, maybe they do. I have no idea, but stuff like that.
We have crowdfunded the strongest Australian we possibly could.
Exactly. Probably won't be that fun, though.
Oh, no doubt.
NFTs, this is going to be extension of, like, the top 5 esports, if we're lucky.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But the idea of only having that, it's like, oh, you have to go to Korea in order to support Jury. I'm sorry, Jury fans.
Okay, just it's the South American War of just like the northwest region, just like, no, Blanca's from us. No, Blanca's from us. No, Blanca. Yeah. Just let me keep Blanca. God, that'd be so great.
Cammy fans have made an exodus to the United Kingdom.
That's how you fix the. That's how you fix the Japanese, like, birth rate crisis. You just get all of the gamers to immigrate in so they can compete in the Olympics.
Of course, it was Abe's great plan all along. Spy Family and Olympic esports.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Oh, God. All right. Well, in lighter news, the Braid Anniversary Edition, according to its creator, quote, sold like dog shit.
I did not know this was getting an Anniversary Edition in the first place, so this does not surprise me.
Yeah. Okay, real talk. Braid releases in 2013. Does it sell anything? If it releases in 2013 instead of 2008, just 5 years after its release, does it leave any impact whatsoever?
Didn't 2013 also have like a really shit year for games? There wasn't many options.
Yeah, it was mostly The Last of Us, but
I think I just think you picked the wrong year, though. If you went one back or one forward, it's getting lost.
That's that is how I feel. A lot of the starter indies, I feel, made an impact because of their lack of competition. So this doesn't surprise me because I don't think Braid is very good.
I don't think so either. Like,
I think the last level is really interesting, and then it explains it to you because it doesn't have confidence that you're smart.
for sure. Most of the initial indies haven't aged well. Like, I still love Cave Story, but like almost every indie that has been inspired by it does its gameplay better.
Yeah, but it's still neat. Like, that machine gun is still really fun.
This is true. This is true.
Like you can't censor good game feel.
But Braid kind of just has the idea, and the gameplay is kind of also there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, that's a thought. I don't know. I don't like Jonathan Blow much, so I just wanted to ask.
I forgot Braid existed before this. I will forget it existed 5 minutes after.
Cool. You know what's also stopping from existing? This is sad news.
That's unfortunate.
Yep,
oh, it's just all sad news from here forward. God damn it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. I got like 3 sad informations in the last 2 days. I don't know. Braid sucking made me happy. But yeah, romhacking.net is shutting down. It's moving to news only. Its database will be released to the Internet Archive.
I understand why, but it's the whole, like, what's the Gabe Newell quote? If you want people to not worry about, like, pirating or hacking your games, just provide them a better service. And
yeah,
Nintendo,
if you want to have a better manga than One
shit
Piece, you need to make yeah, which is a shame. I really wanted to pick up someone colorized the Donkey Kong Land games, and that makes them playable. So I really wanted to pick that up. Like, translations of various games, that's all going to be lost.
I doubt it'll be fully lost. Like, the other
no.
It's
being
frustrating
uploaded,
is that it's pointless. Like, this is just gonna move it somewhere else.
Yes, but it decentralizes it and it makes it more difficult. The issue is I don't think that this is really competing with anything. Like, I feel like it's not taking away business by these existing.
It's not, but Nintendo's got to stick up their ass when it comes to the purity of their brands and their characters.
Well, yes, I'm just emphasizing how dumb it is.
Yes.
And like Magic Guy says, I'm sad for the ROM hacks that won't exist, because this will de-incentivize that.
That's true, yeah. A lot of people are going to stop working on things because of this. Mm-hmm. Damn! Oh, God, I didn't consider... Now I'm depressed, too. Fuck.
Yeah.
I just Fire Emblem alone, man. What you could do with Sacred Stones and an FE7, that engine.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of games.
Oh, no. Death Battle's going to have Eggman versus Bowser. That makes me happy.
That will be fun.
That will be fun.
I do agree with that.
I wanted to say that as a nice thing. And then as a final thing, after 33 years, Gameinformer announces its closure.
Yeah, that's... I guess on terms of, like, the depressing side, this falls into the, like, Charles Martinet's no longer voicing Mario kind of deal. Like,
yeah,
it's over, but, like, what else was going to happen?
It is time... But damn, I sure did have a subscription to GameStop that got me Gameinformer magazine back in the day.
Oh yeah, same.
I sure was upset when I saw they rated Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door a 6.75 in the year 2004.
Wow.
I didn't get over that.
So this is just a long-standing revenge plot. You've finally seen come to fruition. At long last, they've fallen.
Nah, it's still sad. That's a long-running publication. It's one of those things where it seems so impossible for something that was so prolific to be, like, merged at the hip with GameStop. It seemed like just a cultural existence. You know?
I'd agree with that.
Where it being gone feels weird.
Unfortunately, just not really... Like, magazines are dying with every day that passes.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm just weirdly empty feeling about this. You make me sad.
So, someone in chat, give us a happier news story to end off on.
Yeah, tell me something good.
Was there a cool sequel that was announced that we just don't care about?
All right, right. I think Sandwich wanted to say the Epic Mickey got a release date.
All right, that was a thing.
All right, and right, there was that Famicom Detective Club game that was teased as something else, and everyone was like, "Oh no, Bloober Team is making it. We hate that." And then they were like, "Surprise! It's a Famicom Detective Club game." And then everyone went, "Oh, we don't care actually."
Yeah. And guess what? Age of Mythology is getting 2 expansions. One of which is Chinese, and the other one they haven't revealed yet. And I'm excited about that. That's gonna probably be Aztec, and that's gonna be super cool.
Wow. Did we talk about the Bungie situation? Let's not.
I've had enough podcasts of layoffs. We can skip one.
Yeah, surprise. They said that they would have done it even without the PlayStation acquisition. The layoffs were inevitable. Nothing you do matters.
This is true.
The industry is just fucked.
Rivals 2 does look cool. They had an Arcane trailer at EVO.
Okay.
And it's a gorgeous game. Probably the best looking 3D platformer. Platform fighter. Blah, blah, blah. That's in 3D style.
Yeah. No, I just let you have that. Let's see what games are coming out. Oh, Black Myth Wukong comes out this month.
God, I hope that game's good. It's probably going to be good. It looks great.
Me too.
That is a
Me too.
That is a culture and a mythology that you don't get nearly as much in media as you should.
Well, you know that the month is rough when Tomba Special Edition is being announced as a big new game for this month. Star Wars Outlaws.
I could
Which
not
one is that?
care less. That's the Ubisoft's. Just, okay.
So it's going to be bad.
We're stapling a Star Wars skin onto our
month.
formula. And it's going to sell like crazy because that's all that people need for some reason.
And then Visions of Mana is also coming out for the Mana fans. You are not me.
Yeah. August exists for me to get to September 3rd, which is when the Age of Mythology Retold comes out. That is all that matters from here to there.
Fair,
and Concord comes out. That's something we didn't talk about in the news. They tried to have their early access, and they had, like... What was it? Like 1,000 concurrent players? Something absurd like that?
Oh, no.
I don't know if there's an exact number, but it was bad.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, Starfleet games were on NSO. Neat. I like them. I like titles.
I have no idea what you just said. Discord kind of cut out for a second. But I agree.
Yep. No, you went nee on my end.
Same.
All right. What are you working on? How's your future look?
Oh, fucking hell. Well, finals just ended yesterday. So I am coming off of that stress and just literally now asking the question of, okay, can I work on anything? I have 2 weeks. What can I do with those 2 weeks before fall semester starts? So, potentially something. I will at the very least get the next roundtable started. I might do 2 simultaneously, because I have a rough idea of doing like one short term that people just have an immediate submission for because it's obvious, and then one kind of set something up that people like need to research and like actually put some thought into. That's a rough plan right now. We will see. I remembered that I was doing those Pokemon streams. I will continue doing those because that is a very nice way to let off steam by bitching about Pokemon designs.
Why the hell wasn't Pangoro higher?
It was pretty good for where it was at.
It was not in the top.
I find the back of its 3D model to be just a little ugly. Like, it's just one super flat texture that just looks bad. It's great when you're looking at it from the front, not as good when it's flipped around. Definitely a Pokemon that would benefit from sprites.
No, it's amazing. It evolves because of a bad influence.
It's completely so agree.
It turns into a delinquent. It's so funny.
Just look at a better model. Unfortunately, there aren't any of those in Pokemon.
That is true. But if you ask me, all Pokemon are ugly in 3D.
God, is there any that...
Name one modern 3D model
that would look better than a sprite. This is... Nope, this is going to derail completely. But I need to...
Name one! No, you're not leaving the room. I've locked the key. You can't go out.
I feel like Marshadow would look so much better.
Marshadow sprite would be nicer.
Think of like a Gen 1 Gengar version of Marshadow sprite. That look amazing. Archeops, I disagree. It's just the only one that's actually
ugly. Yeah, it just looks ugly no matter what.
No.
Look, you can't just say Marshadow because you like Marshadow.
Maybe an Ultra Beast, just because they are so out of left field. God, I
think like Stack Attack or whatever is the only one that came to mind as close.
The one Stonehenge one from Gen 8, maybe as well. If you've got Pokemon that are essentially buildings.
I love Stonejourner. He would look so cute as a sprite.
Tinkaton? A Tinkaton sprite would go so hard, man.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there is a... Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Phalanx. I don't think Phalanx works as well as a 2D sprite. You have to have that amount of motion to fully sell what that Pokemon is.
Oh, I disagree. You could just make it... Do you remember Gen 1 Execute? How there's just one big-ass egg, and then there's just a bunch surrounding it?
Okay.
I think that you...
Fair.
You could do so much dynamic posing with a singular Phalanx sprite.
No, yeah, that's true.
Like, they could be stacked on each other like a fucking Kirby character in Star Allies.
No,
other's back.
I was kind of just picturing, like, a Spartan shield wall from the front side. You just see spears coming out of it, but when you see it from behind, you can see that it's just the little dudes stacked on top of each other. That actually sounds amazing.
You missed the whole reference. You see it from the side. You don't view every Pokemon from head on. Wait, is this some Jigglypuff viewed from above bullshit? What are you doing? Do you understand angles? And how if you are a sprite, you get to choose the angle?
I think if I thought harder on it, there might be one where the animation work does it better, but yeah, it's just as if, like, you're able to be more expressive with the sprite animations, and that Creatures Incorporated is not good enough at 3D animation to make up for how much work they have to do.
You can see them marching a lot. You can do that if you view them from, like, a slight angle. Look, it's me straight on. You can't see my profile, but if I rotate it slightly, oh, suddenly you can see more of me. And look, I can turn my shoulders and you can see more. Oh my god!
Hang on. I literally just found, like, that works fine. It looks kind of like a centipede. But then if you look at it from, like, a back sprite, you'd realize that, oh, wait, those are separate individuals. Like, it works! Honestly, I think you're even better with that. You can make them a little more expressive.
Yes. I love that! No, Chad, you're just wrong!
No, not even Hitmon top. Because you can just get the sprite of it constantly spinning on its head forever in sprite form.
Why am I not a mod in your stream? I can't ban him.
You know what? Honestly, I'm not even entirely sure where the mod button
is.
I
can report this message for misinformation. Or should I do hate speech?
Hang on. Where? Nah, I'm not doing this right now.
Okay,
I'm sorry. You do not get your mod powers. Remind me at some other point.
All right. In any case, just released today a video about the noise from Pizza Tower.
Oh, nice! Right. Yes, that is a thing. Go watch that, everybody.
Yes.
If you've watched it once, watch it again. Fuel the algorithm.
Oh my god, the editing done on this one, I am impressed every single time. Author is rebranded to Analogy, and her work is insane on this one. Just
looking forward to it.
Oh, you should look forward to it. It is like a holy shit. I had, like, you know how many notes I give? I had 3 notes for this, and they were usually replace footage. Because her vision for this, holy shit, she has sure worked with me for a long while and knows what I want.
Excellent.
And on top of that, I'm still working on a video on Mario Party. About the first 20 minutes of that are complete, so.
Nice.
That should be set. Other than that, I'm deciding what I want to do next. As you can all tell, this year has gone slowly for Designing 4 because of various issues, scheduling, just employment, financial, and medical for parties, including myself, which sucks. But I'm trying to get you as much content as possible. I did write an entire second script about Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, which is as long as the first one, but is just on one specific part of the game instead of all of it. But yeah, I get my wisdom teeth removed in 2 weeks, so there will probably not be much from me for a while. But after that, hopefully we'll get back to consistent streaming.
Okay.
My work schedule will get back to that. We'll decide a game to play on, and yeah. Hopefully I'll be... Is it Flavio? No!
Damn. Oh, well.
Alright. And that is me.
Okie dokie. Shall we move to the bonus stage?
Yes.
Welcome to bonus stage.
All right. Can you go first? I actually haven't thought of one.
No, that's no problem. I was sweating trying to figure out what I wanted here because I feel like, okay, I did a lot. It would be cliche to bring in another manga. Am I going to just have to delve into another funny haha cartoon? But then life made things easy for me because Otto released her second album, and I went, oh, my life has changed forever. So this is Otto's second album, Zanmu. And so Otto, I've talked about before, is, you might all know her as the singing voice of Uta from One Piece film Red. I have never in my life followed an artist before. I have never gone to a point where I'm like, okay, I want to see how their voice develops over time, or what they're doing, how their musical stylings change from album to album. I have never gotten that feeling. I've always been a video game music person. And I've been fine with that. I love VGM. I love its ability to have that level of storytelling, and there's always something scary to me about the parasociality of following a specific artist that much, to the point where they become a focal point of obsession.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of fandom always sort of made me go, no thanks. And it's why I lean into it so much as a haha funny, where yes, it is me, your parasocial big brother. I have the best ideas for you and support you 100%. But Otto's really fucking good. Like, I have never had an artist with her level of range before, and let me link the standout song in the album both to you and in chat. Please don't play it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I can...
Yeah, no. No shot that you can play this. But just to explain, if those of you, if for whatever reason the link doesn't show up, the song is Rule, R-U-L-E, by Ado, A-D-O, and this will be emblematic of everything that I want to talk about in this section. So...
But you know what
there,
I
I've
can
tossed
do,
it.
though?
What can you do? Now I'm curious. Oh, you can do that. Oh, damn.
I
Okay.
will at least be able to understand what you're gushing about.
Okay. So what I feel about Otto is, first of all, she hits the notes that I want to, which is a combination of rock and jazz.
Mm.
It's a combination of... No one does swing anymore, and she does swing so well. And then she combines that with... There's some natural... Yeah, no. You're hearing it now, and you're like, oh, this is a Pyrr song. Of course Pyrr likes this. But then it goes... It's that I've never had someone who can properly illustrate exactly how strong... you can convey emotions and emotional changes in a song. How you can feel every single bit of emotion. And then there is a, yeah, no, that's the reaction I'm waiting for.
Guys, the moment she starts screaming and is still able to keep up a melody while doing so, that's so impressive.
No, that's what I love about her. She has such an ability to control that absolutely uncontrollable anger. She has such a grit to her voice that could go to such places. And she could do that while being so rhythmic and just breaking things down. Like, goddamn, people don't speak this way. This is a level of rhythmic rapping that should not exist, that should not be possible. And yet she's able to still keep a very traditional level of gentleness to her voice, where you, like... To me, I love storytelling through music, and I don't believe that you need specifically lyrics to tell a story through music. You can tell it through instruments. You can tell it through tone. You can tell it just through the way that the music goes.
Mm-hmm.
And she does it to such a level that I haven't heard other artists do. I can't understand Japanese particularly well.
She just whispered while screaming. How the fuck do you do that?
Yeah, right? And then she says the word chainsaw, and a chainsaw revs up. And you're like, yeah, chainsaw! And then you're like, I've never had a song where I've been like, oh, this is good. And then go, whoa, 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 whoa. Someone's having sex with my ears right now. I didn't ask for it. However, I ain't telling. And, like, this is just a singular song, but the entirety of this album, I was concerned a bit because I was like, the first few songs are good, but they aren't sticking with me in the way that some of her things, like Ready Made or Usewa, did back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
But then it hits the...
I'm just putting that on Spotify just to make sure I listen to that later.
But it hits the middle of the album. The OP song that she did for the second core of Spy Family is on there.
Mm-hmm.
The ones where she did the one where they're big steppy and you see their feet in the camera.
Yes.
And they step on you. Yes, that is her song. Freaking Mirror, Mirror. And then she just has a funky, relaxed song, All Night Radio. There's just like a freaking chill in your car sort of thing. This freaking da-da-da-da-da-da, cha-cha. Very 80s feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
I love it when artists are able to branch out from their various levels of instrumentation and use their voices in such a way where it not only complements the song as another instrument, but they're willing to experiment with it as if it were an instrument.
Mm.
And that grips me. That gets me. She has another song on here. It's the ending song called Zero, where she speaks faster than any person I've ever heard speak before. Like, if you hear someone reading out the side effects to a medication on television, it's like doing that very mechanically, but doing it rhythmically.
Okay.
In order to emulate the feeling of, like, a computer speaking to you.
Mm-hmm.
It goes so many places. It's so good. Like, 10 songs on this 16-song album are now on my workout playlist. And 6 of them are on my Don't Skip playlist.
Nice.
And, like, there are only, like, 60 songs on my Don't Skip playlist. I think Otto has, like, 12 of them. I think from her first album, Ready Made might be just my favorite song ever, except maybe the Kirby Superstar credits theme. Like, damn, dude. Music is wonderful.
Music
and that
is
fucking
indeed
Rules song
wonderful.
is going to be stuck in your head, and you don't even care about it.
No, I'm delighted for it to... It can take up shop for all I care.
Yeah.
Make yourself comfortable.
Good. Good. Ugh. I'm happy for her.
Yeah.
She is great. She is rocking this. Learned how to sing because she really liked Vocaloids that she looked up on her 3DS as a kid. And if that doesn't make me feel like an old man, nothing else will. You okay? You look like you saw God.
I'm only a year younger than you, dude. I felt that too.
Yeah, but you ain't 30 yet.
I'm getting there.
Not as fast as I did. Alright, so that is that, let me actually pull up the album.
Nice, please.
Yeah, it's Zanmu.
I'll copy
just
it in
to say,
chat,
just
'cause I
to give.
think links only work if I put them for some reason.
Oh yeah, true. I'm just trying to find the listing of it. Oh, Zanmu. Includes Blu-ray. Oh no, that's $50. Can't have that. There we go. That's spoofy. Yeah, that's the Spotify album. But yeah, to do it, if I can give it
link. There we go.
I'm a Controversy is the most me core song because it feels like you're at a carnival where everyone is shouting.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want the most me core song, it's that. To those of you listening, I love Rebellion, I'm a Controversy, All Night Radio, Mirror, Rule, Ibarra, and Zero.
Nice.
Those are, I think all of the songs are at least good, too. Right. Okay, hopefully that gave you enough time to think of a bonus stage.
You know, it's funny, I was supposed to think of one, but then you distracted me with really good music, and the thought completely escaped my mind.
It's such good music!
Okay. I'm just gonna talk out loud for a bit.
Oh no, do you guys just want... What if I link another song, and you have the length of that song to think of it?
Well, then I'm just gonna want to listen to the song, though.
Well, you can listen to the song. You can just let that guide you while you're thinking of other things. It's not like you're thinking about the lyrics.
No, I'm thinking about, like, the musicality of it all.
Well, yeah, clearly.
See, the thing that's stalling me is that I have actually seen a lot of things in the past month and a half, and I've disliked almost every single one of them.
Yeah, it's been a great time for media that is only okay.
Yes, indeed. I stopped watching The Boys after, like, episode 3 of season 4. Like, that show has gotten progressively worse every single season.
Well, that's sad. I should watch season 3.
It is a bit worse than season 2. And season 4 is a bit worse than season 3. Because they keep losing what made the show interesting. And just realize, oh, we just gotta have... What's the worst thing we can show on screen? That's what people really care about here. We gotta have shock value and nothing else.
Oh, alright. I was hoping for more Homelander character development.
A little here and there.
Okay.
When the show feels like it's going to move. But they can't kill him, so...
Well, clearly not.
Let's see, what else? I enjoyed Good Omens Season 1. I wanted to go watch Season 2. Got 3 episodes into that, and it just didn't have the charm of the first one.
No, I love Pratchett.
Have you seen both of them? What did you think of?
No, I've just seen Season 1.
Okay,
I didn't even know there was a Season 2. I thought it was done.
There's a Season 2, and it has an idea and doesn't really move. And, like, it's still got bits and pieces that are fun, but there's an awful lot more that I just don't care nearly as much. It's not even bad, it's just I can't focus on it.
Oh, sad.
Aziraphale and what's Tennant's character is still good, though. Like, if you like that dynamic, you'll still enjoy it.
Okay.
Dragon Prince had another season, stopped watching that too. Oh, I have one. Okay, never mind. I have never cared that much about the DC comic universe. Just at all. It's never clicked with me. I know there's some amazing stuff in there. I know several of the Batman movies are considered some of the best that are ever made. I know there's individual stories that are incredible. But it just never clicked. I never got the appeal of Superman. I never got the appeal of any of the other characters. I felt like those were kind of like the vanilla flavored superheroes. And whenever I saw somebody else take the same concept and do something more enjoyable, it was just more enjoyable. Camp knows what I'm talking about. Then I saw the design of Lois Lane in My Adventures with Superman, and I immediately needed to watch the show. I will admit,
I've not seen My Adventures with Superman, but I love a good Superman story, so please go on.
And this is one of actually probably just the best Superman story I've ever seen. In a time where you've just got all of the Homelanders and the Omni-Mans and just like, oh, what if we made Superman but evil? Injustice is a story that we can do 15 separate times in a row. Just back to basics. Just focus on just Superman is super because of who he is, not because of his powers. And it is one of the most wholesome shows I have ever watched. The dynamic between Clark and just every other character is the most adorable thing I've ever seen. Like, they just ooze charm. It's also voiced by Huey from The Boys, which is really funny.
Good.
She's like, oh, what if Huey was actually allowed to be wholesome? Isn't this nice? God,
That's excellent casting.
No, yeah. Like, fully transparent, this is a show mainly meant for, like, it's designed for kids. Like, the villains aren't that crazy, except for Brainiac at the end, who's probably the best Brainiac I've ever seen.
Duke, I want you to know, I brought every season of He-Man onto this segment before. You're fine.
Yeah, true. But, like, the Brainiac they have in the show is kind of HAL 9000-esque. Well, kind of just a slight uptick to the voice a little bit that just lets it impressively matter and matter. Like, if HAL was allowed to lose his temper, it's really good.
No, that's about Brainiac. That's good Brainiac. I'm glad that you've experienced a good Brainiac.
How do I say anything else about the show that is just not, this is adorable and I love it and it's the most wholesome thing ever, and
Do you think that it justifies its own existence as a piece of Superman media?
Absolutely.
Good.
Because for one, it is a piece of Superman media at a time when you are surrounded by the Man of Steels and like this kind of modern analyzation of like, oh, would Superman really be super? It's such a breath of fresh air in that way. That way alone. It's also styled more around an anime than a traditional like DC comic cartoon.
Yes, that I've seen. Yes.
Which is just a fast... Like, it's interesting seeing this primarily, like, American-dominated genre translated into that media. Like, I know, obviously, there's, like, My Hero Academia and all that, but it's with, like, actual Superman. And it's grounded enough that it still doesn't... Like, it still feels like it's in the same spot, but it's... It just breathes so much life into all of the characters. Hope maxing is the best genre? Indeed!
Did you see any Batman Beyond?
I did not.
All right.
Should I? I'm on an uptick with DC stuff.
I would do Justice League first. Beyond is very much... It's very good. It is also a cartoon from the 90s.
Okay.
Justice League is weird because it is sort of a finale to the Superman animated series and the Batman animated series, while also being its own thing, and then it goes up and down in quality, and then Unlimited hits, and Unlimited is really good. But you kind of need the first Justice League series in order to bridge into Unlimited, and there's still some really good Justice League stories in there.
See, this is exactly why I never got into DC. I started to make a flowchart of all the things I need to watch first, and I just zoned out.
You can just watch Batman the Animated Series. That's just still a good show.
All right. I think for a kid's show, this does a great job at... Like, it's one thing to have that kind of hopeful, just like, oh yeah, this is a good person because he wants to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, but also actually show, like, confliction of, like, no, there are other options, but you're still gonna do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Yes. It is always good to show how hard it is to do the right thing.
Exactly. Like, it does show, like, it does get into a bit of multiverse stuff, which I don't think has ever benefited a show. but it does so in a way of showing, like, hey, it's so easy for a Superman to be evil with the kind of power that he's given. They kind of use it as a juxtaposition for, like, no, yeah, but you should be good.
Yeah,
I
you
think
should
it's
watch
effective in doing
Justice
so.
League.
There's a couple of interesting character dynamics that I genuinely enjoy. Lois's dad is the main person that's hunting for Superman.
Oh, good.
And that's just fun.
No, I love that sort of thing.
They introduced Supergirl in Season 2, and her relationship with Jimmy Olsen is one of the most wholesome things I've ever seen twice. So they managed to do not only a really wholesome relationship, they did it twice and knocked it out of the park both times.
Good. How is Lex?
You know what? I wasn't sold on him at first. He's kind of just the tech guy for another B-list villain.
Mm-hmm.
But he uses that as a staging ground to be like the anti-Superman, just sort of... He's almost a Mark Zuckerberg kind of character in the show, which is weird to say given that he was literally played by the same dude that played...
Yeah, I was just about to say, damn dude, phrasing. You could have picked a lot.
But they actually make it work here. They show that actually could have worked there, because he has this really strong moment where he's kind of like in this political debate with Jimmy Olsen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been like, oh yeah, we can see that Superman is doing good, but what happens when he stops? What happens when he stops deciding to do the right thing? We're all human, right? Would we ever trust a human to do something? Like, really tripling down on, like, humans are the best and you're not, and that's wrong. And I think they do it really effectively as this kind of just super unsettling, but you can absolutely see where he's coming from. Because logically, he makes sense.
Yes. No, I'm always curious about Lex because he is very much a character that is very easy to do incredibly poorly.
I think they do it well here. I think he hasn't had his time to shine yet, but they're also, like, they're setting up for what I assume is going to be.
No, I was just curious on that. Me growing up with the Superman animated series and having Clancy Brown as Lex Luthor. Which is... He's so good at being a shit.
Yeah, there's just so many moments that will just make you smile. Like when Supergirl originally comes to Earth, she's never seen anything on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So mistakes Jimmy Olsen for being the leader of the planet.
Oh, that's cute.
Runs into ice
like
cream
that.
and just wide-eyed points at that and goes, "What is this?" And just gets to experience all the delightful things about Earth for the first time. It's the most wholesome thing ever.
Oh.
Just Jimmy Olsen, hey, you want to just walk through the park and get a hot dog? And she's like, I respond to this by asking, what is a hot dog? Just that kind of super naivety from the culture.
Yes.
It's delightful.
No, I get it. I get it.
Very Teen Titans Starfire vibes. But yeah, if anybody is feeling down and just wants a wholesome little cartoon to watch, just to perk yourself back up, I would highly recommend watching this.
Wait, what the fuck do you mean you never got into DC and you just dropped Teen Titans Starfire?
Because I can't remember where that's an X show. That's from an X.
Okay, all right.
I caught me for a second, like, wait, what the hell? How do I know that?
So hold on a second.
Yeah.
Wait, is every superhero show you're into because of an X, especially if it's themed after anime?
You know what? Maybe?
Bro, no.
But actually?
No, oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was mean. That was mean to do.
Because I'm pretty sure the boys also started as a shared interest. Okay, I have learned something about myself today. Let's move on to the comments. This has been a good episode.
This has been a good episode. I've liked this.
Okay, someone in comments ask a question, because I need to recover. I don't have them pulled up yet.
Oh no.
YouTube Studio. Comments.
Bro, I'll know how you came out of this episode more destroyed than me.
Well, that's just physics at the end of the day. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
Oh, there's a question. How much therapy will it take to watch cartoon superhero shows again?
I watched this one on my own. It was this one. Is that because I wanted to date this version of Lois? Maybe. Shut up.
You could have gotten away from that. You could have been free.
No, I'm walking straight into that shit. Fuck you. Alright, here's one. From What They Should Do. There was a rumor before the direct about Alive Alive 2. I think we've been asked this before, but it's a fun topic. Mm-hmm. If Square Enix approached you and told you to make 2 scenarios each, what would you make?
Okay, I have answered this before, and every single time I will go, I need a modern day that is a sports anime.
Oh, okay.
That is we have to get the team back together and beat Odio with the power of friendship. And he will be the evil coach from the other team who has brainwashed all of our best players from the previous year. All of our senpai are against us, but we will slowly win them over with the power of the indomitable human spirit.
Okay.
And then you would have super moves based on your team formations on the grid. If you get them in like a triangle attack position, you get a super.
That's actually really sick, though. I was just kind of thinking settings, but that you actually got something cooking there. I love that.
No. That one's just in pocket. That's easy. Yeah. Otherwise, Okay. How do I say this? Were there actually any civilizations that had giant temples filled with traps, or is that just Indiana Jones bullshit from my childhood?
So, like, you had a lot of that in, like, Egyptian pyramids to dissuade grave robbers, because rich people spend so much on them and they don't want just to have their stuff stolen. To the extent of Indiana Jones, no. Not really.
Okay.
You can also just have a live version of Indiana Jones. Like, it's not like the other versions have been, like, historically
Well, I could do
accurate.
that, but it has to be time period. I don't want to go, oh yes, let's attribute this to the Aztec civilization, which has no Indiana Jones bullshit whatsoever.
You could get away with that by just making it like an alien civilization. Kind of based off of it. Like, disconnect it from the historical stuff and just kind of go full pop culture with your own thing.
Okay.
Because Indiana Jones stories are fun. Yes.
Because I just think RPG Maker games have done a lot with dodge things in the environment sort of things. Mm-hmm. I think that Live Alive adapting that would be really fun. And Temple of Doom scenarios are always fun to do that in that context.
My first thought when thinking of Live Alive scenarios, I'm going to the... What's the Pokemon-esque thing that's in Yakuza? What's that called again?
Sujimon.
Something like Sujimon. More of the kind of for fun spin on the Pokemon form. Because I feel like if you're at this point and you're trying to have these kind of different types of ways of doing a JRPG, you should probably have something like a Pokemon in there.
Okay. Let me do that. So that... But it's Victorian times, and you are an old vampire controlling people on the street.
Yes. Oh, that's such a fun spin on Dracula. Yes. Okay, one more. You know, I'll stick with the... I was surprised you didn't bring up pirates, but like having an actual, oh, I can just bring FTL into this, like an actual kind of ship battle thing, where you're controlling various areas of a ship, fighting against somebody else as some pirate captain, Greenbeard, what's his face.
Mm-hmm. No, pirates is a great genre and time period to it. I just don't know if I would go with, you know, the Caribbean-style romanticized pirates, or if I would want to go with more of the vicious things of the Chinese pirates and that sort of thing.
Okay, yeah. I think you get the best ship battles from more romanticized, but I think you have the more interesting story.
I would agree.
Sides. Yeah.
Yes.
From Trainer ZN in the chat, which are your inspirations for your creation content? Just like, what's inspired you over time? Writing styles, visual styles.
Super Eye Patch Wolf. Next question. No. I take from everything. Like, I've said it before on stream, but you have to understand, when I was 15, I was gearing up to be a content creator on Channel Awesome. It was my goal in life to have a shitty show where I dressed up like the spy from Team Fortress 2 called I Spy and reviewed video games.
Okay, but that's pretty good, though.
I could not do the accent, though. You have to understand.
That's true.
You guys gotta know, I pick and choose from content creators from long ago. Like, as much as it doesn't inform my opinions now, like, Spoonie's videos were formative to me. The PokeCap'n Let's Plays of Mario Party were formative to me. Freaking people on Game FAQs doing reviews were formative to me. I'm an amalgamation of way too many styles and like going like, oh yeah, I like that bit from JonTron. I'll take that. I like a lot of these things I absorbed from Normal Boots in general. I liked Game Grumps. I liked Zero Punctuation. Like, obviously, I don't idolize every single creator that I go for, but I'm bits and pieces of a lot of them.
Yeah, I pretty much mirroring the exact same story. Like, a couple of different, like, creators. Like, I was a big fan of, like, the sort of Rabbit Luigi, Josh Scorcher, Autark Fling top 10s. That really big, like, 12 years ago.
Yes.
But yeah, kind of just grabbing bits and pieces from whatever I saw until it eventually became something of... Is it self-centered to call it your own style?
Well, I don't know, dude. I'm like 60% geek critique at this point.
Yeah, you just gotta blend enough things together that it seems unique, and then people will
It's
think
just weird
you're
that I
unique.
like pike to Josh every day in his server. That's like, well, he would never play this much Persona, so I think I'm okay.
Well, this is an interesting question. From Magic Ice, what makes a good game? What makes a game good, even if there are options to make it easy, versus a game that you can't ignore the easy options? Using Thousand Year Door versus Pikmin 4 as the topical example.
So I'm sorry, just so I understand the question, you are saying what makes an easy game good versus what makes you wish for harder difficulty selections.
If there are options to make it easy versus not being able to ignore the easy options. So I think it would be, like, as a point of comparison, those moments in Pikmin where if you're ignoring the win the fight instantly button, you just can't really deal with the encounter in the first place. Like, there's a blowhog behind the two bull bears, and you're just not getting through that otherwise.
Oh, Paper Mario Sticker Star difficulty?
Maybe? I've never played Sticker Star.
Where you need the thing that beats the boss, otherwise it takes forever, and the game will go, we could have done that a lot faster if you got the thing that beats the boss instantly.
I think it depends on how much of a gradient there is, like, between those 2 points.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, legendary Pokemon. To use the example of legendary Pokemon, since Chad's bringing that up, no matter what, you are investing something in a legendary Pokemon. Be it, I have held the Master Ball in order to catch it, be it, I have invested time in order to weaken it, or I couldn't do it, so I just had to beat it. Like, there is something being invested. Unless they give it for free, like fucking Latios in freaking Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. That's bullshit.
That's a good example of doing it poorly.
That makes me upset. You're not putting any level of effort toward that, you know? And sometimes legendary Pokemon aren't even that great. The legendary dogs kind of suck in GSC.
Yeah, those sorts of easy options, they need to be, like... You can't just be given them. The fact that it's such an easy resource to gather in Pikmin is, I think, a big part of why it just doesn't feel good to use. Like, if it was way rarer, if you weren't, like, carrying 20 in your backpack, it might feel a bit better.
Yeah, there's a level of resource management to, well, you know when you play a game, and you're like, I actually earned that. There was some level of my input that is more than a basic understanding of the game that is allowing me to do it. It's the difference between writing a bunch of disconnected sentences and writing a story. Like, you're still exhibiting your knowledge of the English language, but in one case you're doing it well, and in the other you're doing it to make a grade, you know?
Agreed. Was that a satisfying answer to the question? I don't know. This has some breadth to it. If you could add a DLC wave or pack to a game so it jumps up to your top 10 games of all time, what game can be elevated to that point? And what is that pack? Kind of paraphrasing that, but that's what I'm getting from the question. It's Jared Hebert's.
Let me think on that. F-Zero GX, the good online pack.
Would that get it up to top 10, though?
If I did that enough, maybe.
Okay.
Like, that is just a game of, I have no point in playing it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is out of the zeitgeist, and, I need to be doing something else because I will obsess over my skill at that. If I have a motivation to do that, it could get up there.
Alright, nice. Good choice, too.
Well, yeah, it feels a little easy, but, like, it's right there. It's there for it.
God, I wish I had a list of, like, my top 10 games.
Yeah, if only it could
I haven't
be
ordered
so
these.
easy.
I need to steal your idea. Do a stream where I
You really
rank all these
do. It
properly.
makes for a very fruitful stream. I won't
Also,
lie.
like, shout outs towards that stream. That was a badass stream, dude.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you. It was
7
really
hours
fun
and you
to do.
kept entertaining the whole way through.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me look at my top 100 while I'm here. Just to see what would be on the cusp. There it is. Let's see. What would be close?
Oh, whoops.
No, I don't think any of those would be added.
God, this is so annoying, because so many of my RTSs are so easy to say this for, but they're all in my top 10 already.
I don't know what it looks like. You could do this with Punch-Out. You really could do it with Punch-Out, and pretty easy.
Oh, yeah, just themed after either, like, maybe this is a fantasy-themed one. You're boxing against a vampire and Frankenstein and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I can see
Yes.
that. That'd be awesome.
If you gave a DLC that fixed the physics of Sonic Adventure 2 to always feel like it feels when you're playing it at its best, and not when it goes all wonky, and then added more levels based on that, that could get up there for me.
Okay, I made a top 25 at one point. Oh, some Portal 2 story packs that just kept that going with GLaDOS and Kate Johnson and all of that.
They did have some of those, didn't they?
They did.
Didn't they have like
did
a
more.
bunch of Cave Johnson missions?
I also think the Kate Johnson thing was that weird like VR thing, because I remember his head, his statue was like a character in that.
Mm-hmm.
That could bump Portal
DLC
2
for
up.
Age of Empires 2 that adds magic and orcs. Of course.
I mean, this is what the last top 10 I made. Like, I can't use Age of Mythology or Starcraft or Age of Empires 2 or any of that. It's already there. I can't see a DLC to Kirby. That wouldn't work. Same with Rayman 3. I could say Hi-Fi Rush and then feel really, really sad. Just think about the different... Oh, but think of the different musical genres, though. That would actually be so sick, though.
Mario.
You turned into a robot for a second there. Use that one more time.
And that's literally... I think Mario Party 2 is the only one that's close that you could realistically get there for me.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, because there are some that I think would easily get higher up on the list with a bit more love and care, but to get into the top 10, that's hard.
Yeah.
Good question. Love that question.
No, top
Thank
10
you.
requires a lot of emotional investment. But yeah, good question, good question.
Saw this a few times from Marshadow. Favorite Pokemon human characters? Who stands out?
Sabrina, next question.
Kind of stole my answer, but yeah, sure. I'm not really invested in...
Hell yeah, I'm top, man!
Yeah!
Fucking best girl, let's go! Oh my god, that episode of the anime did so much damage to child me. Anyone who thought that there might be some level of satanic panic in there, they were right for that 3-episode stretch, probably.
Pretty sure.
Not Rika. Rika is really cute. But Sabrina, like, changed me as a 5-year-old. Like, my tastes for basic archetypes forever shifted that day. And she's my Puzzle League main. I can't not.
That's fair. That's fair. You can add an endless attack mode to any game that doesn't already have it. What do you pick?
Ooh. Oh, that's clever.
I think it'd be interesting to see what, like, a final mission of Halo Reach looks like, but from a Fire Emblem perspective. Like, you're not going to survive. It's just 300, but Fire Emblem. How long can you hold out until your weapons break?
Ooh. Metal Slug. And it just links the areas in different ways together. And puts, like, bosses in the wrong locations. So it's just a constant level of adaptation.
Because there's a lot that's kind of popped in my head, but I don't think they'd be fun. Like, I think a Pikmin endless would just get boring. I don't think the combat's good enough. I don't think, like, a Pokemon doesn't feel as strong either, because you're just inherently limited in how you can approach that.
Yeah, for a racing game, I would need transitions from tracks. I couldn't just do the same loop over and over and over again. But if there were like actual like Smash stage transitions in between, but that would be a ton of loading processing power.
I think it's like procedurally generated for you, like 100 meters forward, and you just don't quite know where to go.
Yes.
Let's do one more. From
All
Good
right.
Witch Kirby, does anyone have ideas for a Kirby or Zelda RPG? How would you handle those?
I tried to make a Kirby RPG in Warcraft 3 level editor as a kid. It didn't go very far. It was based around the anime, and the enemy sales guy would make new monsters that you would have to go through various areas in order to beat. I also played a bunch of Kirby RPG fan games, only instead of having a party, it was like Kirby, and then Punk Kirby, and then Shadow Kirby who had a gun.
Oh my god, a Disco Elysium-esque game where it's all just the copy abilities in your head, but it's written through the format of Kirby.
Oh
that
my
actually
God.
sounds amazing.
Oh, but Kirby would never have a moral panic.
Well, yeah, it's not like a moral panic. It's just kind of which direction. It's like
Yeah, but-
Disco Elysium, but with a 2-year-old's brain.
Yeah, but everyone would agree and be like, snacks, snacks, snacks.
Exactly. It's super simplistic, but kind of charming and adorable.
You're just here imagining ancient reptilian brain going, oh yes, baby, snacks, snacky time is here.
Oh, but the thing is, you can make it so it's 2 playable characters. That's all Kirby. But then you swap over to DDD, who's getting, like, the full range of emotion constantly.
He's judging you. He's 2 years old and he's smarter than you. What do you understand? Maybe if you saw it his way. That's right, baby. Snacks, snacks. It's snacky time, your majesty.
Then it swaps back over to Kirby, and it's just, I wonder if I could eat his hat. Will you let me eat his hat? I'm gonna try to eat his hat.
Nah, that's my favorite freaking mashed or whatever animation of Kirby and DDD playing chess. Such a fucking good video. This isn't answering the question at all, however.
Oh, yeah, Disco Elysium Kirby. That
Okay,
counts.
sure. Yeah, why not? Zelda's already so close to an RPG, I really wouldn't want it changed genre-wise. Like, even freaking Tears of the Kingdom has a party.
Yeah. I feel like if you wanted to, like, go for a hardline, like, proper RPG, you'd have to, like, change characters. Do a Tingle's Rupee Land and just focus in a different direction.
Yeah, they did that. It was good.
Am I forgetting?
Yeah, you're forgetting Tingle's Rupee Land. It was good.
Is that an RPG?
It was an action RPG where you bribe people to be your stands, and they do combat for you.
Oh, I've never actually played that. I don't actually know how that game works at all.
I didn't think you did.
But yeah, that's makes sense. I feel like Zelda's so easy to translate over that it becomes redundant to try.
Party functionally. Oh, come on! Come on! The the Tears of the Kingdom champions are more prominent party members than most Fire Emblem characters are when you recruit them. And, like, half of your characters in FF6. Like, you can't say that frickin' Tulin doesn't get more than Mog or Umaro.
Which one's Tulin?
The bird kid.
Right, okay.
9% of the game you're playing with ghosts, and the ghosts are always there for you!
Like, we're not calling it a good party, but it's a party.
Yeah.
Alright, and I think that's good for now.
We should cast No, Tulin's cute! You shut up! Thank you, chat, so much for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it.
It's always a good time. It took like 2 months to get this one out. So these are just gonna happen when they happen, probably. For at least...
Well, We'll try to make them happen when we can, but no, I apologize. This is on me for having 3 different dental surgeries.
I was grateful for the dental. Well, that sounds weird saying it like that, but
I'm
it
grateful you were in
relieved
pain,
my
buddy.
stress to have to deal with another thing on my plate. We'll see you maybe next. Well, we'll see you when I get the chance to talk about Age of Mythology Retold, whatever that ends
sounds
up
good.
being.
All right, that sounds good.
Farewell.